All right, I guess we'll bring anybody who's watching up to speed. We left off last week with one light coming on. If we pulled out the memory controller and the memory card, we could get two lights. We got the idle light. And the one light that came on was like a random address bit. So that's not great, but it's a start. The first thing that I want to check here is I want to check the voltages from the power supply that we did not replicate. So there is a plus and minus 15 volt DC and a plus and minus 35 volt AC. Now we did check the minus 15 volt DC and it doesn't go anywhere. Like I can see on the back plane that it's not wired up, but the plus 15 volt DC is, and it goes to the front panel. So I do want to see where that plus 15 volt goes. I want to see where the plus and minus 35 volt AC goes. We think that's just for the IO card over here, and we don't care about that at the moment. So we're going to ignore it if that's the case. And then after that, I don't know what we're going to do about the reset signal. We're going to have to do something about that, though, because I think right now we're just pulling it high or low, whichever way it's supposed to go, immediately, and we might need a delay on that. So maybe we might pull that out and put it on like a push button or something, see if that makes any difference. And if it does, then we'll design a 555 timer delay circuit for it. But I think that's less of an imminent issue than the plus 15 that goes to the front panel that is not being supplied. So that's our first step, I think, which means I gotta find it on here. It looks like that's 10, 29, and 30 on my backplane connector. And then minus 15 would be 32 on the backplane connector. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. What's up, Thor Drake? All right, so let's trace this out. According to the schematic that I'm looking at, 29, I think, yeah, 20, no, wait, maybe you're minus 15, which is on like 17 and 18. What the heck's doing way over there? And then plus 15 is on 31 and 32, I think. And then that's 29, 30. Reset switch is 27, 28. POFF and reset is on 22, 24. And then the 35 volt AC is on 21, 22. And then you are the other 35 volt AC line on 19 and 20. So I think we're aiming for 31, 32. So let me count that out. That should be our plus 15. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. Maybe we were miscounting last time. Because 32 I'm showing as blank here. Unless, no, I think that's right. I think that's how they're listing it. $30 is something else. So 32 should be plus 15. And then 17, 18 should be minus 15. And you were 16, so you're 17, 18. Yeah, so I think maybe we counted wrong last time. Maybe plus 15 and minus 15 are not used on the backplane here. That would be good news. Yeah, Grizzly B, 3 lights are bust. If anybody has the schematic open, double check me, because I may be extremely wrong here. I'll drop it in the Friday night Twitch chat. Whenever it gets done uploading. Yeah, Thor Jake, that's what we're going to take a look at next, where the ACE, the 35 volt AC voltages go, if anywhere. But I was trying to track down plus and minus 15 volt DC because I swear last week we were going, yeah, those are wired up to something. But I'm looking at it now and I don't think it is. I don't think it is wired up to anything. Those all go to the same plane on the top. There's no traces on the top, so it's not an etched thing. And yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So yeah, minus 15 is on pin 18 and plus 15 is on pin 32, I think. Right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 18 is not wired up to anything. 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. And yeah, 32 is not wired up to anything. Okay. So if those aren't wired up to anything, we don't need to worry about plus minus 15. So what about our 35 AC? That's going to be on 20 and 22, it looks like. So 16, 18, 20, and 22. Those aren't wired up to anything either. What's up, amoeboid? Amoeboid? I think that's supposed to be like an amoeba, but an amoeba android mix. Yes. All right, 2, 4, 6. Let's see here. Yeah, plus 35 AC. It's going to be on 21, 22. Minus 35 AC is going to be on 1920. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, or 1920. That's 1920. And then 21, 22 is going to be that one. Yeah, those are definitely not wired to anything. So our 35 volt AC is not being used. And I swear our plus minus 15 volt is also not being used. Okay, well, dang, I was kind of banking on that being like really dramatically important.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, it is hyper annoying. I guess we could play with the reset light or the reset signal, but because we're just doing a hard pull up on that. For Drake, the memory power comes from the plus 16 volt, not the plus 15 volt. Yeah, Roy, I'm a little surprised too, man. It really does look like the power supply is like literally just plus 5, minus 5, and plus 16. I'm pretty sure that for the reset signal, which is M reset, which is on 23, 24, we pulled that high. It's got a minus to it, which has active low. That means that if you pull it low, that's like pulling it into reset, right? Unless TI is pulling a fast one on us. And they mean the machine is active when it's low. I don't think so. I bet you there's a schematic that shows us what the M reset goes to. And it goes to both cards. I think we're gonna go. I think we have to go down this way. All right, which card is M reset used on? There we are. Yeah, looks like M reset is pulled high with a 100 ohm resistor. Good lord. And then a nightmare of logic pulls it low. So yeah, I'm betting it's just got to get pulled high. Now I pulled it high with like a 470 ohm, but it's entirely possible that 470 ohm is not enough oomph to pull it high. So we may need to actually bump that up to 100 ohm. I have no idea what the M reset line hits.
I'll be back momentarily.
Yep. But if it's hitting a bunch of stuff, it could be that 470 ohms is not enough punch to lift it all the way up. So yeah, maybe we'll put 100 ohm on that guy. I don't think I have a 100 ohm half watt. Maybe I can take two 220 ohms and put them in parallel. That should be a half watt, right? All right, let's get that power supply back up here. Let me get the soldering iron out and warm it up. And then I will also, I think, solder a wire onto it that I can use as a manual reset just for personal testing. You know, powered up with the wire pulled low. Well, while I get this set up, how you guys doing tonight? Everybody on the Discord side is being real quiet. So if you're on the Twitch side, chime in. Or if there's nobody in either one, it's just me hanging out tonight. That's cool too. Ugh. Get that plugged in. You on?
Dead internet theory.
Yeah, dead internet theory is dead. It's just nobody's watching Twitch tonight, man. That's what it is. I ain't got no friends. All right, let's bring this guy in.
Oh, I found a picture of a Flexo rider.
There's a bunch of different Flexo riders. Yeah, dead TI-980 stream. What's up?
No, this is a pretty good.
Elbane Mike, how you doing? All right. Let's get this proper power board out here. And then
This
we'll
is yours,
muck
I
about.
think, actually.
Oh, is it my LGB21?
Before you owned, yeah.
Yeah, if you find any pictures of an LGB21 online, it's mine. That's it. Like nobody, I don't know of any other ones out. Like I have never seen a picture of an LGB21 that isn't mine or isn't an original brochure picture.
Tom's got them on his website.
Yeah, he's got a boatload of pictures on his website, but that's mine.
No, of ones in Europe.
Oh, I thought the one in Europe wasn't. It was an LGB21, but it wasn't shaped like an LGB21. It's shaped like a big box, like the LGB30.
I guess I was just looking at the close-ups. The control panel's the same.
Oh, okay. Because I found a picture of one that's like, or there's a YouTube video of LGB21 in Europe, but I think it's Germany actually. But it's this weird all-in-one box thing. It's not the individual cabinets like I've got, and I think it was something that they did specifically for the German market. I have no idea why they did that specifically for the German market, but.
Oh, you know what? You're right. It is a box. Holy crap!
You know what? I'm wondering if we put the reset pull-up resistor on the wrong pin. Let me count that out properly. Yeah, I've never seen another picture of, or at least I don't think I have, of one that was shaped like mine. Like, the individual components that are all like teal and blue.
I wonder how many did they make?
I don't know. I imagine they made more than one, though. I would hope so. That would be the bomb of all bombs.
I don't know. It was a cost-reduced model. Sometimes they don't make too many.
Yeah, I guess.
Everybody
All right.
wants the good one, the 30.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. $22, $24. And I've got 24 as M reset. That is correct. I wonder, yeah, that's got to be right, because plus minus 35, I'm pretty sure that's still just a typo that we're seeing on that. Because 24 should go places on the back plane. All right. All right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. 24 does indeed go places. Okay. But the two before it do not. So 24 goes places, but 22 and 20 do not. That's got to be our plus minus 35. 24 is our reset. So I'm pretty sure I've got that soldered into the correct place. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Yes. Okay. I think we're good. Right? What is 4 and 6? They're tied together. Yeah. 7 and 8. 8 and 10 are tied together. 12 and 14 are tied together. Okay. I am counting from the right side. I am looking at the correct stuff. What's up, Gordon Zed? Yeah, I'm not very good with schedules either. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Let's get you out. You out. Grab these two. And let me see if I've got a chonky resistor somewhere. Otherwise, I got to hunt for a 100 ohmer someplace, and I don't know where I got. I mean, I've got a 100 ohmer, but I don't think I got a chonky one. No, I got these big chonkers here, but they are orange brown. I think that's 330 ohms. Where'd my multimeter go? I have some other chunky resistors inside, but I don't want to go that far. Yeah, those are 330 ohms. All right, let me grab a different box right quick. Maybe I can find something else here. You guys can look at the dog for a second. All right. This is my box of random junk, random computer parts. Maybe we can find something here that'll work. We do have some chunky resistors in there. I don't know what ohmage they are. Oh, there we go. 100 ohm. Oh no, that's just the wrong bag. Oh man. All right, I guess I'll get the multimeter to test these. All right. Yeah, that's a weird one. That one is gray, red, brown. These are like 820. Yeah, those are 820. Those aren't going to help. And those are all the same. I was using those as a big dropper resistor for the filaments of the small VFDs that I was using on the UE1. Dang, am I really gonna have to go inside? Oh, maybe I've got some 200 ohms in here. And I can parallel them to get a little more. I mean, I could just slap a 1/4 watt 100 ohm on there, but I'm afraid 100 ohm at 5 volts, that's a little more than 1/4 watt, I believe, right? All right. 750, 392, 470, 51. If you do them in series, that does not increase your wattage, right? 1K, 470 ohm. You gotta go in parallel. Oh, there we go. 200 ohm. I can put two of those in parallel. That should give us half watt. We'll try that. All right. It's a little janky, but should get the job done. Yeah, Roy, ironically, these are actually exactly 200 ohm because I had them for a different project and they're 1% resistors. So we're going to be exactly 100 ohms. What a waste of some 1% resistors, but whatever. Needs, must, and all that jazz. All right, let's, Yeah, 199.5, but my probes might be adding 0.3 to that or something. This one's 199.9. Also, my skin is probably adding a little something to that too, but it's going to be close enough. All right, let's trim you. That. We'll trim you like that. All right. We got to remove the old 470 ohmer. To be 100% clear, I don't think this is our problem, by the way. But I feel like we should do something about it anyways. Just solder that guy on there. All right. Now to see if I can wire this up without shorting everything out. Nice little bend right there. Trim you short, tie you down first. And then we'll bend the other one into place. Oh man, I really wish I was ambidextrous. My left hand is almost useless with a soldering iron. There it is. We'll bend you down and over. All right. So that's our 100 ohm pull up on reset. I guess I'll solder a long wire that comes out of it, so that we can test pulling that down manually here. I'm gonna need, and if pulling it down manually seems to do something, then we'll sit down and actually try to figure out how to make it work. Let's just go ahead. It's not going gracefully. All right, there we go. So that is our reset switch. As manual and brutal as we can make it. And then I just gotta plunk that into ground. And that should essentially set reset on the machine. Go, we'll get these other two in. Yeah, the wire on the reset's not really a big deal. It's because it's the pull-up that I'm more worried about, but also this is solid gauge, solid core JBEV, so I think it should be all right. Yeah, Roy, if we need this to be like an actual power on reset with a delay, I'll figure something out. We'll make a 555 timer circuit or something. But I genuinely don't think that this is going to make that big of a difference. But who knows? Maybe it will. Maybe the CPU, like, if it doesn't get a clean reset, it's impossible to ever actually reset it. That would be a silly thing to have, but this is a TI-980. Silly is in its vocabulary for sure. Yeah, and then I just gotta tap that onto ground to reset it, and then release it. And that should reset the computer.
Okay, I'm back. So what became of the reset line?
I'm still working on it.
All right.
I just put two 200 ohm resistors in parallel to give us a 0.5 watt 100 ohm pull up on it. Last week we did a 470 ohm pull up on it, and so I bumped that up to 100 ohm because that's what the original was a 100 ohm pull up. So it could just be that we just didn't have enough juice. I also soldered a wire to it to act as our reset switch, so I can just push the wire into ground, and that's our reset switch. If that works, then we'll do something more appropriate.
Yeah. All right.
But we're about to power it up and find out.
Well, good then. I didn't miss anything.
Nope. A little bit of me talking to myself is all.
That's fine. I do that too. I get better answers that way.
Yeah, I don't get any answers. I'm too dumb to answer myself.
I just make myself mad.
Yeah, there you go. All right. I guess we'll power it on. And we didn't get any lights. Oh, we got our one light on the front back.
Yeah.
All right, let me reset it with my reset line here. So I'm just gonna pop that low, then remove it. And absolutely no change.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, that didn't do anything. I mean, we're still not even getting a power light, so something just doesn't feel right here.
Yeah, the lack of power light is what bugs me. I wonder if there's some other power good signal or something, some prerequisite what we're missing.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that we're getting like one LED of bit 14, but it could just be that that has a bad IC that's constantly pulling it up, and we don't have whatever appropriate signal is supposed to come to the front panel to initialize stuff. God, these switches, some of them feel all right. A lot of them do not.
Yeah, and last time we could get that to change inconsistently, so
Yeah,
it may be driven by some randomness.
yeah, I still really want to see that power light come on. I mean, I guess I could check the voltage across the power light. And if it's there, then that just says that our power light is burned out. But no, our power
that
light,
could be.
yeah, our power light's showing 0.0. So either it's not supplying voltage or the power light is shorted, which I don't think is the case. So I can just unplug it.
Yeah, wonder if it wouldn't be bad to just start tracing backward from the power light and see if anything obvious shakes out of it.
Yeah, well, the power light goes straight into the front panel. Now we can maybe figure out where in the front panel it goes. Yeah.
It could be coming off of some bias driver or something like that that's needed for all the rest of the lamps to work.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Elbane Mike. I don't know. There's the power light plugs straight into the front panel board here on the back plane. So whatever the front panel is what drives the power light. So whatever nasty problem we have going on here is preventing the power light from coming on. I mean, part of me still thinks that there's like a power okay or something like that that we're missing, but maybe not. I mean, there's nothing on the schematic at the least.
Yeah, it's an attractive answer because it would explain everything else.
Oh, I still need this. What am I doing?
I thought you were just moving it out of the way to get a better view of the board.
Well, I was moving it out of the way because we're going to be looking at the front panel board here, but I need to look at the back plane on here to figure out where the power light wires go. And then I can trace that out on the front panel. See if they go to like a driver IC or what. You know, I would expect the power light just goes to like a plus 15 volt rail or something. But,
yeah, they may have gotten clever and tried to conditionalize it.
Yeah. Because nothing
That's what I'm
bad ever
hoping.
happened. Nothing bad ever happened when people tried to get clever.
Well, what I'm hoping for is in their attempt to get clever, they lead us on to whatever it is that's inhibiting everything else.
Yeah. All right. White with red and white with black is going to be our... Oh, no. White with black. All right. White with black shares a... I got to snip that zip tie just to be sure. Looks like white with black is shared with the lock unlock switch on the front here. Yeah, white with black. So I've got 3 wires coming out of the front here. I've got white with black, white with red, and white with brown. White with black goes to both the power light and the lock unlock switch. White with red goes to the power light. White with brown goes to the lock unlock switch. So white with black, my guess would be ground. And that's definitely a good guess. Pretty sure that's just the big honking ground plane here. Pins 1
Now,
and
wire
2.
wrapping
2.
wasn't
Yeah.
wire wrapping wasn't usually a problem because in assembly line things like this, you had an automatic wire wrapping machine to do it for you.
Okay. White with red. Yeah, except that the front panel, the power light and the power switch are soldered to the wire wrap pins.
Yeah, no, I was answering somebody's question in chat.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So white with red goes to pin 79 and 80, which I'm pretty sure is just raw five. No, that is also ground. So what the heck is pins 1 and 2? Pin 1 and 2 is also ground. How can you have your power light ever turn on if it goes from ground to ground? You can't, which means that the schematic doesn't match the reality of the machine. That's not great. All right. 79 and 80. I mean, these are going to be separate, I imagine. Yeah, there's 100 ohms between that. 79 and 80 on these cards are not the same 79 and 80 as the backplane connector. So 79 and 80 is going to be this pin right here. It's going to be these two. Let me check where that goes. I wonder if that's just a 24 volt. There's a 7474, or a 5 volt. I mean, there's 7474. Yeah. All right. So that's just 5 volts. So our power light is just connected straight to 5 volts, then to ground. Nothing fancy going there. We should absolutely be getting the power light because we have 5 volts coming into the backplane correctly. Something is not correct here. That should be you. That is also directly connected to the 5 volt output. The heck is going on? We should absolutely have 5 volts at the power light.
Yeah, we checked that the LED is not blown. Is it an LED or a bulb?
It's 5 volts. I'm pretty sure it's just a bulb. I didn't check if the bulb itself was blown, but I did check to see. I did check voltage across the 2 wires that come up to it, and that measured at 0.
Yeah, I was answering Bell and Jet. But yeah, we verified there's no voltage getting to it.
Yeah,
So
and
there's something.
There's 76 kilo ohms across the bulb itself. That seems awfully high.
Yeah, some of those little bulbs are pretty.
But we should absolutely have. All right, let's pop all the cards out and do a voltage check on the backplane here. Just make sure that like our voltage is getting from the power supply into the backplane appropriately. Because something ain't right here, and it's driving me a little crazy.
Oh man, I hope we didn't put voltage on the wrong pin.
I would have expected a lot more smoke if we did.
Yeah, but well, we did get smoke. Remember, we blew up something on a memory board.
Yeah, but that was only one chip. I would have expected more chips to have exploded. All right, let's get these CPU chips out, or CPU boards out. But even if we had ground and 5 volts backwards, like worst case scenario, right? The power light should still come on because it's between ground and 5 volts.
No, I was thinking more like we put volt. The +5 is on some other random signal line instead of where +5 is supposed to be, or this particular slot is numbered in some other special snowflake order or some crap like that.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case because it's not just a single trace for 5 volts. I mean, there's like 20 or so that are all bussed together. But let's check the voltages and see what we messed up here. Yeah. All right, let's plug you in. All right. Let's flip the switch. Still no power light. We should have a power light. All right. Like you should get a power light. The way this thing is wired up is that you should get a power light even if there's no cards in it.
Yeah, because it's straight off +5.
Yeah. So that should be 5 volts across there. And I do measure 5 volts across that. So if I measure...
So we got 5 volts across it now that we didn't have before.
Well, yes and maybe no. Yeah, that I can measure there, 5 volts from pin to pin. Let me check the actual light itself.
Yeah, because that's what we did last time.
Yeah. Like maybe we just have a break in the wire up to the light. Yeah, that's measuring 0 volts. Oh, there we go. I think I've just got a ton. Yeah, there we go. I've got 5 volts across the light. I've just got a ton of corrosion on the connectors to the light, the pins to the light. So my probes weren't getting through them earlier. So we should have, I mean, the power light should be lit up. I've got 5 volts going into it, but it's not turning on. Which says that, the power light is probably burned out.
Yep. Poo.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's power this down. And let's pop the front panel in with no CPU. Ooh, that one lost its voltage really quickly. Where are you? The -5? What do we have on here that would be loading up the -5? Nothing. Let me check this and see. Yeah. Maybe the fact that it's in series with the other ones causes it to drain its internal capacitors faster. I don't know. Or maybe some of the existing circuitry on the power distribution board there is causing an issue. Either way, plug the front panel in here. Just the front panel. No CPU, nothing else.
Do we have an easy way to access any of the VCC pins on any of those ICs when that thing is in?
No. We would need a riser card.
Now I'm just trying to think of some way to verify voltage is actually making it onto the front panel board.
Yeah, I can get to the back of the switches. There might be potentially voltage on the back of the switches. I'll have to trace that out a little bit. Oh, we got the idle light now. Oh, we got our 4 lights.
Yeah.
We didn't do anything correct.
And we got a dim fifth light.
Yeah, so we've got an idle light here on the bottom, and then we've got 4 lights lit up here. I mean, no switches do anything.
What about hitting your reset line?
Point of note, the LED that's always on is not as bright as the others.
True. Yeah, I'll hit the reset line. We'll see if any of the lights go off and come back on. Although I think the reset line probably only goes to the CPU. So there we go. That's pulled low. And I don't think anything changed.
No, it didn't look like anything changed. I'm waiting for the delay.
Oh, we do have a power light.
Yep, sure enough.
Oh, hey,
That's the first time that's come on.
Power light
Yeah.
in the front panel?
it's just dim.
It's just super dim. Yeah. Well, that makes me wonder if we have a short on one of the boards that is pulling our 5 volts low. I would expect the Meanwell to either burn up whatever is pulling it low, or cycle. Meanwells don't tend to just pull low. But all right, let's populate the CPU cards. See where we go from there. Let's see, which one are you? A2. Do we have anything really nasty looking on this thing? I mean, the whole thing looks nasty, but I don't see anything that looks like it's a immediate
Rock says
trouble.
there are 400 lights.
Huh? All right.
He gave you bits, or they.
Oh, Endorofox, 400 lights. Thank you. It's not quite 400 lights though, but thank you for the 400 bits, man.
Well, I guess if you had a front panel for 400 bits, it would need 400 lights.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm partial to 36, but that's just me.
29 or bust. That's the G15 talking. All right. Now the 2 CPU cards are connected by these little guys right here, which have this like atrocious foam on the back of them. So I am going to leave the room for a second and hit that with a wire brush, because that foam, yeah, that foam could have gone, could be causing a short, or at least a,
If it's
might
the
It
same-
looks like lung disease.
If it's the same cruddy foam that IBM uses for their sound deadening, it can also eat traces.
yeah.
I was also concerned those traces might be, like solder traces, so you may want to use a nylon brush first.
I've got a really pretty gentle brass brush. It's the one that I use to clean all my PCBs after I finish milling them.
It may be okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Ugh. God, that is gross. I realize you can't see any of this, but you don't want to see any of this.
No. If it's anything like the IBM foam, it turns to this like it half dust, half pasty glue crap that is very difficult to get rid of, and heaven help you if you get it on your clothes, because it'll change the color and you can't get that out.
Oh, I think we lucked out. It's not, it doesn't turn into a goo, which is good. And it looks like I've been able to knock most of it off. On one at least. Let's see how this other one goes.
Yeah, the hardest part of dealing with the IBM foam was encountering it as a CE and not making any visible or audible reaction to it in the presence of the customer.
Yeah, I can see that. Ooh, we might want to check the traces on this guy.
Oh yeah, those rubber feet. Those weren't just IBM either. There was who made all Gandalf. There was a company named Gandalf that made a very popular line of leased line modems, and they basically ran over dry copper pairs. You'd find them where some clever monkey would order what they would call a battery pair or an alarm pair between two of their buildings, and then throw these modems on there and then forget about them. And they had about inch thick rubber feet on the bottom that would turn to gum and glue the thing to wherever it happened to be.
All right, it's gonna get noisy for a second. I gotta run the air compressor.
Under certain circumstances, the feet on the Apple Disc 2 and the Apple II Plus can do the same thing.
Yeah, the worst part was if you caught them at just the right time, they turned to goop from the inside out. So they would have like a thin crust that looked normal, and then you touched it and it would just glue itself to your hand.
Like a gusher.
I have no idea
Or
where
the-
either cat is.
Probably hiding from the compressor noise.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know that there's two cats in this garage here with me, but I have no idea where either of them are. One of them
You
is
got
in her
two cats
usual
in-
spot.
So you got two cats in the garage. Life used to be so hard.
Yeah. Well, we lock the cats up at night because they're next level dumb, and we're not sure that we're pretty confident they wouldn't survive the night outside. But during the day, we let them out, and they're like outside cats. So they're like hybrid. They're half in, half out cats. All right.
Yeah. Unattended outdoor cats around here have a habit of becoming coyote food.
Yep, that's what happened to our third cat. That's why we only have two now. It was actually while I was at VCF East. Mickey said good night and didn't get to say good morning.
That sucks.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's why we lock them up at night now.
I've had my fair share of experiences with that. Of course, I've also come back to discovering that my cat took out a great horned owl.
Your cat took a what?
Great horned owl. I think a barn owl, but twice as big and twice as nasty.
Yeah, that cat was balling, man.
We called him Longshoreman for a reason.
That cat wasn't messing around.
Yeah, we
Let's
used
see.
to have a big yellow cat named Boxer that he roamed free back in the 80s, 90s, when there was real woods here. And there was one time he brought home a raccoon. And the raccoon was not willing.
He made a new friend. He wanted to share it. All right. That is CPU in. Let's see what happens to our lights. We're back down to just the idle light, but we still, our power light is on. I feel like we would have noticed that before if it was actually on. So I don't know what we changed about that.
Okay, this actually doesn't. This looks better because we don't have any of the half-on lights or anything like that.
Yeah.
Any switches do anything?
Yeah, A14's out.
No. Yeah, but that might just be a power cycle thing. Sometimes we didn't have pin 14 show up before.
Yeah, that it was intermittent.
No, none of the switches do anything. Reset doesn't do anything. Alt run doesn't do anything. I can go to start, load. I can turn the clock on. Let me hit the reset line because that should actually affect the CPU. So that's reset pulled low. Release it. That should be reset now, pulled up to 5 volts via the 100 ohm resistor. I expect nothing changed on the front here. Did not.
Just out of curiosity, while you're back there, what voltage do you get if you measure between your hanging loose wire and ground?
That's a good idea. Make
I wonder
sure
if
that
it really is making it up to 5. Probably should have thought to check that earlier.
yeah, it's 5.01 volts.
Okay, all right. Well, that answers that question then.
Now, if I power cycle it, do we get our half lit 14 back? We don't. So that might be something related to memory. Let's toss the memory controller in, but none of the memory. See what happens with that. The memory controller has 2 crystal oscillators on it, but the CPU doesn't have any crystal oscillators. So I'm kind of wondering if like the CPU clock is derived from the memory controller card.
That would kind of make sense because that would be your timing critical part anyway.
Yeah. So it could be that the CPU is trying to run, but it can't because it doesn't have a clock. Let me double check that though. I'm pretty sure that the CPU doesn't have any crystals. Yeah, that card certainly doesn't.
We measured resistance across that key switch a while ago. The key switch should be okay.
And the key switch should only be affecting whether the front panel switches do anything. Yeah, there's no crystal on the CPU cards. So just a CPU is never going to run because it doesn't have a clock. So the memory controller has to be in the machine in order for the CPU to get its clock.
Now, it could be one of those delay line clocks that Deck was so fond of early on.
I don't think they were that clever. Now there's a entirely valid possibility that our crystals are dead. Or actually, there's only one crystal. It's a 12 megahertz crystal. The other one that I thought was a crystal is actually a capacitor. So yeah, we only have one singular crystal on the entire machine, and it's a 12 megahertz crystal. My guess is that that is divided down to probably 3 megahertz for the CPU. That's a simple divide by 4 to get to 3 megahertz. Yeah, Roy, we need to start figuring out, start troubleshooting stuff. We need to start figuring out, like, we need a thread to pull on is what I'm trying to get at. Because right now we're just information gathering, but there's no thread to pull on here at the moment. There we go. That's power on.
Yeah, we're shotgunning to see what.
Yeah, our idle light is not coming on, and we're back to 14 being wonky.
We did get our power light again, though.
Yeah, our power light is indeed actually coming on, which is quite nice. Now our panel, the key switch is turned to unlock, it looks like. But I'm wondering if the key switch has loosened up and rotated over the years. And it's actually in lock, which is why nothing on the front panel is doing anything.
Well, there's how many pins come out of that thing? 3?
Out of the key switch,
Yeah.
it's just 2 pins.
Okay. And we measured it open last time.
I don't know if we actually measured the key switch itself. I'm
thought
sure
we
we did. But I don't know what we measured it at. I'll check it right now, though.
I think we measured it open.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I feel like we've done this before. Yeah, I've got like
You can de-shuffle.
1 kilo ohm across it, which is probably the logic on the front panel that we're seeing that it's attached to.
Yeah. That sounds familiar. You could try shorting it and seeing if it makes a difference.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need to rotate it on its side. I can't really get alligator clips on that one very well, but I think if I rotate it on its side, I can get an alligator clip on it.
Or just lay a screwdriver across the pins.
Well, no, they've got, actually, well, hang on a sec. I feel like they had a bunch of insulation, but that might just be corrosion. Those pins might possibly be just like straight exposed. Oh, no, that measures... What the heck is going on here? All right. No, I'm measuring it as closed now. 1 ohm. Maybe? I don't know. I'm having a real hard time getting a connection here. Let me measure 2 ground from that particular pin right there. Yeah, so that switch is actually closed right now.
Okay. All right.
It's at 0 ohms.
Try sticking if you can hold both probes in place with one hand. Try sticking a screwdriver in the switch and twiddling it a little. See if it's just a bad contact and it made good because it's laying on its side.
Okay. Sure.
Or turn it on laying on its side.
Let's see if I can get that. Let me employ my chopstick skills here.
I was just thinking it read 1K when it was sitting flat, and it's reading 1 ohm on its side. So
Yeah, moving the switch back and forth doesn't change anything.
okay.
Yeah, I can't. It's like firmly at 0. But it does make me curious if, you know, if the switch is in lock and we're trying to, you know, we're trying to get trying to use the front panel. All right, hang on. Let's guess less here. Let's see where let's see where that key switch goes. It goes to CPU as well, it looks like. Where do you go? So it goes to the front panel as well as something else here. Like, why do we need the key switch to also go to the CPU?
to tell the CPU to ignore some signal that's elsewhere on the back plane.
Maybe. So that is going to be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. So pin 15. It's at here. So pin 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. That doesn't go to anything on the front panel. So it just goes to the CPU. So the front panel, whether it's locked or not, should be doing stuff. And the CPU just gets a signal that says, hey, ignore the front panel. And they just chose an unpopulated pin to solder that wire to, so that way it was just on this front connector here. And then they wire wrapped from that pin back to the CPU. So it doesn't actually go to anything on the front panel. That's fun.
Which probably means that all of the switches on the front panel just go down to contacts on the edge there.
Yeah, that's a valid guess.
Because otherwise, why would you have to tell the processor to ignore them?
That one doesn't. Oh, but that one does. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I think they pretty much all just go straight down. But I mean, the front panel here does actually have a decent chunk of logic on it. I think
the
we've got
logic might be just display related.
either that or it's a state machine that allows you to access memory while the CPU is not running, or like prevents the CPU from running so you can access memory. Right, because if you're trying to access memory with the front panel at the same time the CPU is, you've got a different problem on your hands. And I mean, there's some corrosion on this thing, but not enough to kill the whole machine, I don't think. Everything still looks connected. So I don't think it's a dirty contact or a corrosion issue here.
Now here's something to keep in mind for later. We don't have a way to mess with it now. If the logic on the front panel is for controlling the front panel's memory accesses, it probably has some line that holds the processor clock while the front panel is doing things. And so if the logic for that is crapped out, it may just be keeping the processor in hold. That would also explain the presence of the idle lamp.
Yeah. And so I think you're right. I think you need to have the mode in halt in order to be able to use the front panel. So if my mode is in halt and my clock is off, I don't know, I have a clock on, off, or a step here. So I think you turn the clock to off, the mode to halt, and then you can use your front panel. But if the clock, whatever logic is going to turn the clock on or off on here is borked, or if whatever logic turns the mode from halt to run is borked, that could be causing an issue. Although if the processor was stuck in run, I would expect to see the run light and maybe even some of the lights up top flickering, but we don't get that. We get just the idle light.
Right.
Although we don't get the idle light if the memory controller is in, right? I think we only get the idle light if we remove the memory controller.
Yeah, which that leads us to the other idea that, just as the switches for doing CPU things are bused straight to the CPU, the switches for doing memory things could be bused straight to the memory controller. And the memory controller could be doing all of the arbitration and finger poking.
Yeah. Oh, what did I not plug the? Well, now we get no lights. That's fun.
There are no lights.
I know we've gone backwards.
Did we just drop the power connector or something?
No, the power light's on, but we just didn't
Oh,
get our
we just
light. We didn't get our bit 14 hang, which is probably
Okay. I thought
Not
you
a-
meant we lost the power light too. The stream is still catching up.
Yeah, no, we got the power light at least. All right. Let's pop the scope out, and I might be able to find a clock. I would like to find a clock. I have no idea how we would find a clock, and think we're going to have to try and reverse engineer the memory board here and find out if the clock makes it to the backplane and where it makes it to the backplane. Because if my crystal oscillator is not crystal oscillating, I think that kills everything, because then the memory controller can't cycle things into memory, right? Like pretty much the stagnant state of the machine feels a whole lot like there's no clock, right?
Yeah.
And we've mucked about with reset, so we know that the reset signal is at least making it to the CPU. So we know that we've got power. So the big three are power, reset, and clock, right?
Yep.
And there's only one crystal oscillator here. You guys are going to watch me sit down and draw pictures. This is now an art stream.
And see, this is where I cheat. I have what I do when I'm gonna mess with a board is I will take a photo of it with my iPad, load it into a drawing application, and then use the Apple Pencil thing to draw a highlighter over the traces.
Yeah, that's how I would do it if I was at my desktop. Oh,
It
this
makes it so easy. It's cheating.
This is a multi-layer board.
Oh boy.
It's like a 4-layer board. What the heck?
Oh, multi-layer. I thought you said multi-wire.
Oh, no. It's not multi-wire.
Thank God. Yeah, it didn't look like the right material for it, but
I can put my light behind it. It just doesn't shine through because it's got massive ground and power planes. All right, so we've got a 12 megahertz crystal here. I forgot what the symbol for crystal is. I keep saying clock and I'm triggering Gemini on your phone. That's hilarious. Thank you, boss. Everybody say clock. Let's mess with his phone. Mr. Dillinger, the stream is probably unstable for everybody. It's been kind of overcast all day, and Starlink does not play well with overcast.
Starlink just doesn't play well in general.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? All right, this thing goes to, looks like it goes to a resistor on one pin. Or not. I mean, I can't see any of the traces. This is so weird. All of the other boards, I can like actually see the traces. but I can't see any traces on this board. It's going to make figuring out where things go a right proper pain in the ass. That one goes to 2 places. Looks like it goes to C6 and maybe Q15. So my guess is that we've got Q15 and Q16 going into this thing. Where does it go on Q15, I wonder? Oh my gosh. They don't even have...
Well, if there's nothing on the front, I wonder if we've got a 3-layer bolt. No, because there's nothing on the back either, is there?
I mean, I can kind of see some traces, but they're like...
Yeah.
They're buried.
Yeah.
Buried. This might actually be... I don't want to say 6-layer, but I swear it looks like a 6-layer. Like, I'll take a picture of this. This is real messed up.
No. If you're going to play that game, it's Alexa, play Baby Shark.
Oh, Jesus.
Play
Like this thing,
yourself.
man, this thing feels like a 6-layer board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you blame Mike has the right idea. What I've done for 2-layer boards, but so I don't have to flip it around a zillion times to see everything, is put a powerful light under one of those like clear totes with the matte bottoms. Basically, make a unusually powerful light table, and then put the thing on it, and the light shines through the FR4, and you can see the traces from the other side.
That works only if you don't have a big ground plane and power plane.
Oof.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure that this one does.
Ah.
Because usually, like, even in a place where there's no traces, like, here's, there's a 20-second delay, but if you look at the stream, like, my cell phone has the light on, right?
Yeah, now I see it.
Yeah, so I've got the light on, and if I put it behind the board, this is in an area with 0 traces, and there is no light coming through.
Uh-huh.
Like, absolutely 0. And I think that's just because you've got a giant plane of copper on both sides of the FR4. And so that makes tracing things out an absolute nightmare.
And if it's a several-layer board, they can get away with that.
Yeah, and actually, if I, oh, it's gonna blow out, but you can see the light does come through, but it only comes through
Yeah, I see it now.
around. Yeah, it only comes through around the barrels for the through holes, right? Because they have to clearance the ground planes around those. So you can actually see the light come through where there isn't giant planes, but you can also see where the ground and power planes are. So it's, at the very least, it's a 4-layer board. But if you look at the picture that I posted in Friday night Twitch, you can see that there's, like, on the backside, you can clearly see traces crossing each other on what look like different levels. And since it's impossible to see through the giant ground planes, that's got to be 4 layers, or it's got to be 4 signal layers with a power and ground layer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Roy, I'm working on getting those X-rays.
Actually, that looks like there are 3 layers of traces and then the power and ground plane. So that's a 5-layer board.
Possible.
Because there's traces over traces over traces.
This is nuts, man. I don't even know how to begin tracing things backwards on this guy, other than the brute force and dumb method. Yeah, it's a very weird board. I think this is the board that we need to start on, though, because it is it's almost the heart of the machine, right? Like, it's going to be controlling anything coming out of memory to be displayed on the front panel. It's also got the clock for the entire machine on it. I would love to just see an oscillation somewhere see if we can find a clock on here. They've got a couple of discrete transistors, Q15, Q16, look like they're probably connected up to this thing. I can't quite buzz it out because I can't locate those transistors on the backside. It's just a nightmare of stuff. But you've got two transistors, which are 2N3, 2N2369As, 2369s. And then we've got a couple of capacitors. There's like 3 capacitors. There's a diode and a couple of passives, like resistors. So my guess is that it's a pretty standard oscillator circuit. Like if you pull those up, if you pull up a crystal oscillator circuit, they generally, how do they do that with discrete? Go here. Discrete crystal. Oh. Right. Yeah. So I think you've got, I think what they've done is they've created a discrete CMOS inverter. And then they've got their, they've got the 2 capacitors to ground, which I think are probably going to be these 2 guys right here. And then you've got your it's just like your kind of standard run-of-the-mill crystal oscillator circuit, right? So if I get on one of those capacitors, I should be able to see wibble wobbles. Let's try that. Let me get the scope out. Trying to diagnose a 6-layer board was not on my bingo card. Unfortunately, we don't have any schematics for any of these cards. That makes life a lot more difficult. I don't particularly know how we go about troubleshooting this thing otherwise. We might need to get our hands on a riser card or make a riser card at some point. There we go. All right, let me go get a power cord for this thing. All right, set that down. All right. Go up there. Let's grab that power cord there. There we go. I'm getting a lot of random noise coming in from somebody. That's in Drawer Fox. In Drawer, we're catching a lot of background noise from you, man.
Sorry.
All right.
Have you tried it with at least one memory card installed along with the memory controller and the CPU?
Yeah, we've tried pretty much every combination of cards. I mean, I can. Well, I would toss the memory controller in there, but then I can't probe anything. I would toss the memory card in there. But yeah, last week when we had our one light, that was with the memory controller in there.
Yeah, that was
Or
before we had the power light working, and maybe there was something there. I don't know.
I mean, I can toss it in and power it up and see. You know what? I think the memory cards are also like 6-layer boards. Jesus.
It really looks like those may have been hand laid out on like a grid paper.
Yeah.
Because they're all right angles. It's like real odd.
Yeah, we got nothing. No lights, no life, no action, but we do have a power light with a memory card in there. So no notable change.
It was just a thought in case there was some circuitry on one of the memory cards that needed to be in there as well.
A valid guess. I mean, at this point, we're really stabbing it and taking stabs in the dark here. I need to get, I think, I got to circle around so I don't accidentally kill the stream by bumping into the laptop. All right. Let's grab you. You guys. Yeah, not having schematics is really tough, man. If they were 2-layer boards, we could reverse engineer as we go. But not being 2-layer boards sure does make life complex as well. Let me get another one of these clippy clips so I can get to a ground pin on an IC as well. What's frustrating is that somebody, I guarantee somebody out there has TI-980A full set of documentation for it, just like chilling in their basement or whatever. And they're just like, I guess nobody needs this stuff.
Yeah, probably.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, same with like original software for it. That maybe somebody has that sitting around and just hasn't shared it.
Yep. I think that is definitely likely. All right, I'm going to go straight on one pin of our crystal oscillator here.
I forget, did you get any punch tape based software for this, or do you have no software at all?
I got nothing.
That's what I thought.
Complete and total extent of what I have is visible in camera. All right. Let's flip the power on. All right. Scope here has a little something on it. You guys can't quite see that. Down here. Oop. Getting some nice glare there. All right. All right. It's not what I would have liked to have seen, but it's a start, I guess. Although, I mean, I am directly on the crystal oscillator here, so I have no idea what the quality of that signal is going to be.
It's going to be really low.
Yeah, let's do a measure on that. That is spot on 12 megahertz. And it's goes from about 3.5 volts to 2.5 volts. So we get about a 1 volt peak to peak through it.
Yeah, that's
1.2
about
volt
right.
peak. Yeah. And that's measured from ground pin on the ground of just like a random IC. And one pin, and the other, the probe is on directly on one leg of the crystal oscillator. So at least the crystal oscillator is good. I mean, that doesn't mean that our clock is good. It just means that the oscillator is oscillating. We could totally have a bad logic chip that's not squaring this whole stuff off. So then the question becomes, coming out of a crystal oscillator circuit, you normally go to like a 7.4 LSO4 or something, right?
Sometimes you want it to go to some transistors or something. That way you can bump the voltage up to something closer to logic level. Because right on the transistor, usually you don't get much more than a volt, maybe 2. So it's kind of unusual for them to come up high enough to turn on like TTL logic. So I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to those bare transistors you spotted earlier. Hey, did something happen to the audio?
No, it's fine. Well,
I'm still here.
I don't know. No, okay. Your mic's yeah, showing that you're sending audio, but I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, no, we're coming through on the stream. We're good.
But we're not hearing his audio on Discord.
I'm not hearing his audio on either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he just indicated on the stream that something took a crap. Yay, Linux.
It's not a Linux problem.
Oh, battery died?
Yeah. And it shouldn't have. But I am.
That's new, at least.
I am increasingly unhappy with this Hollyland setup. The two mics seem like it seems like no matter what setting I do, I'm always clipping on the mic. So like I can clearly see in OBS that my audio signal never gets above -8 or so dB. So I'm getting nowhere near software clipping. I can also clearly see in like the Linux software that I'm also nowhere near clipping. But every time I listen back to the recorded version of it, it always sounds like I'm clipping. And so the only thing that I can think of is that the microphone is clipping. But the wireless receiver for the Hollyland side, I've got that turned down so that we're not like, maxed out on the volume. But even then, it still sounds like it's clipping. So I think I might start searching for a new wireless microphone. But I should be back now. What was that?
You're good.
Are those USB-C microphones?
No, the Hollyland is just it just goes through like a regular TRS audio jack into the laptop. So like the only two things that I can think might be having an issue here are either the microphone itself is like clipping and having a problem, or my audio input headphone jack on the laptop is garbage. It could go either way. I was going to try and use a USB audio thing. So I have like a little USB, a Sony USB sound card thing. I was going to try and use that, but I plugged the Hollyland into it and none of my audio came through at all. So I don't know if that thing is broken or if Linux was just not supporting that USB audio device. I don't know what was going on with that.
It should work, but if you want to troubleshoot it during the week, I could always help you. But it's weird though. An external audio thing they usually sound better than the internal on a laptop.
Yeah, that's why I was going to try it tonight. But yeah, I had the microphone plugged into it, and I never got any audio into anything on the Linux, on the computer side of it. So whatever was going on, I don't know.
Well, at least it wasn't what I thought, which was that OBS had shit the bed. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, OBS was still hanging in there. I
had to restart my audio here on Windows even because I saw lights and people lighting up like they were talking, but no audio came through.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
So it could have been a Discord hiccup.
No. I definitely, yeah, I definitely had a microphone. The battery on one of the microphones died.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, it shouldn't. I mean, it was fully charged, so it absolutely should not have died. Boy, I'm coming in a slight bit hot. Man, I feel like this microphone is a little hotter than the previous one.
But it is one of those pair. It's like a pair of microphones that goes into a little charger dock thing, or is it something else?
Yeah, it's just two. You have two microphones that go into this little box here, and you charge all three things by plugging a USB-C thing into it that charges it up. And then the microphone is, you pull the microphone out and it's wireless. So you can see like the box here is actually trying to charge the microphone that died right now. The box has like a small battery in it. But I fully charged this up like 2 days ago, so a microphone absolutely should not have died on me.
I have a very similar one. Not the exact one, and I don't know, what's the clone, what's the original, but they don't sound great. But they're not terrible either.
Yeah, and I only really need wireless for the stream, so I kind of went cheap on it because that was like a $60 microphone. But I feel like maybe I should spring for like the Rode stuff. Because those always sound really nice, the Rode wireless mics. But they're like expensive. The other option is I could go back to a wired microphone, but then that's a huge problem because I can't move around the room. And I'm constantly going in and out of the door to like get stuff, so I gotta be wireless.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to burn out on this TI-980. We've been on it for so long.
Did you see the instructions for the front panel before?
No. What do they say?
It's page 2.3 of the PDF I linked, or page 3.1, page 17 of the PDF.
All right, hang on. Let me pull that open.
And I also posted a diagram of the card slot layout for the 980A, just in case. I don't know if they're keyed.
They're not keyed, but they're marked.
Okay.
You said page 17?
Yeah, if you go to page 17 of the PDF, it covers the operation of programming and how the switches work, the key switch.
Yeah, okay, so console key lock switch enables operation of the control console in the unlock position. When the switch is in the lock position, all controls are disabled except the 16 data switches, the 4 sense switches, the breakpoint clear switch. The contents of the data switches cannot be entered when the key lock switch is in the lock position, but the breakpoint logic continues to monitor the memory address specified by the data switches.
Yeah, the big thing is if you scroll down a little farther, I think it covers the mode switch to put it into run, and run mode is only entered after it's in the switch is in the run position and you hit the start switch.
I feel like I've tried that.
Okay.
I'll try it again. I'll even toss the 8K of memory in. Where are you at? There you are.
Yeah, and the memory slot closest to the other cards is the first 8K of memory, and then it's each 8K as it goes closer to the front panel.
Yeah, they marked that on the right side here. They got 8, 16, 24, 32. And then on the left side here, they just mark it as MMMM. So those are memories. And then the CPU is A1 and A2. So I've got those correct. MC, CP, they're all in the right place according to the silk screening on the chassis here.
We're good.
All
I saw
right.
that diagram. Maybe that's handy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, let's give it the best shot possible. I will reset it with the I'll power it up with the reset line grounded. We haven't tried that yet. I've always been grounding it after it's been powered on. All right, so I held it in ground for a while, which should have been a proper power on reset there. We do have a power light. We've got our random 14 going on now. And then what was the order that it said to go in? It's placed in the opposite.
The switch and run, and then push the start switch down once. It's momentary.
I think it's supposed to be momentary, but mine is broken. I'll turn the clock on as well. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Dang, that is a nasty, nasty switch. Yeah, does it say what the reset switch does? Yeah, the reset switch is used to reset major system registers. Yeah, this function can occur if the computer is in halt or run mode, but it is disabled when the panel is locked. But I feel like these, like if it's trying to execute code, the lights up here should be blinking like crazy. And we should get a run light. Right, because whether the panel's locked or unlocked, you can halt the machine.
And really, we should get run or idle, which is halt. We shouldn't have both of them out.
Yeah, that's not right. And we get idle if we remove the memory controller, which is presumably what controls the difference between idle and run, because that's where the clock is. So my guess is that we have a fault on the memory controller somewhere. I have no idea how we're going to go about troubleshooting that. I feel like if even if the CPU is faulty, we should still be able to view memory. Like, even if the CPU is bad, or like even just like flat out missing, you should still be able to use the state machine on the front panel to view memory, the contents of memory, I think. That's the instruction register. I forget which one of these is how you display. Like, these are all the display for all of the individual. Yeah, there we go. So I can display the memory address. I can display the memory data. I can display MDI, whatever that is, and ST. Right. So I can display a memory address, I can set a memory address, and then deposit that. And then I can display probably MD or MDI. One of those is going to be my data. And then I can set the switches to whatever that is, and then deposit that. But those don't do anything. Regardless of whether we're in halt, step, clock on, clock off, load, run, none of that makes any difference. Now, the clock on, clock off, that's not going to be an actual clock. That's just going to be a signal to the memory controller, I bet. Like, everything points back to the memory controller, I feel like.
Yeah, the power supply master reset and power off signals are covered on page 23 of the PDF. And they're a little complicated.
What is this P off signal that they're showing in there?
That's when the capacitors hold the power up long enough that when the power is cut, they last long enough to send a signal to the I don't know if that's for the battery backup control.
Oh,
Reset
okay.
It's held 16 milliseconds before the regulated supply voltages begin to fall. So it gives it 16 milliseconds to do something when the power's turned off.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the PDP-11 and the PDP-10 had the same kind of thing. It was called the power fail vector. And if you had non-volatile registers or something like that, it would stash what was going on at the time the power went away. And DAC actually did a bunch of math to determine that you had a certain amount of time before the disk packs would spin down enough to be unsafe to write to, and so you could have Tops 10 or Twenx write out a dying gasp saying this is the contents of the disk buffer and stuff like that, and then it would pick it up again when the power came back.
The next section of the document covers the arithmetic unit clock source and distribution.
All right.
There's clocks.
Yeah, there you go. The memory controller board in the CPU generates two separate clock signals for use by the computer system. First and most widely used clock signal by the AU is called G clock. The G clock signal is high for 167 nanoseconds and low for 83 nanoseconds. That's a nice asymmetrical clock. The step clock signal is generated by the AU and is sent to the memory controller as an indication that G clock must be stopped. Not step clock, stop clock.
The clock block. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, the clock block. They have a nice little block diagram or logic diagram, but it doesn't, unfortunately, tell me much. Like, it doesn't give me enough information, I don't think. Maybe, what are the, like, H54, H04? That's got to be the, yeah, that's a 74H04, a 74H54, a 74S10, 74H00. I wish it would tell me what ICs those were on the actual thing. This one doesn't happen to have a schematic in it, does it?
No, that's what I was searching for when I was looking for things. I didn't actually get schematics, but it is at least the guide to the AU and the control panel and how they operate.
All right. The H54's got to be a pretty rare IC. I can't imagine there being like a ton of those on there. So let me see if I can find an H54 on here. And that might be our stop clock signal from the CPU if we get lucky. And I tell you what, I'll post a picture of this thing. So you guys know kind of what I'm looking at here. I don't know how legible any of that's going to be, but here's a picture. So there's got to be a 74H54 on here. Is there a, for the G clock? Boy, there's a ton of G clocks. What's up with that? G clock A, 1, 2, and 3. G clock B, 1 and 2. G clock C, 1, 2, and 3. G clock E and G clock F. Dang, man. They weren't messing around with that. The 37 might be a decently rare IC as well, so we might be able to find a 74LS37 on here. 74, 75. That's not it. That's a 163. What are the two that we're looking for? A 54 and a 37. For H21, 00, H11, 74, 74. H40. I got two of those. It's not it though. 10, 30, 153, 21, 161, double lot, another 163. There's 4 74181s on this thing, which makes sense. 16 bits. For 157. I've got one IC, two ICs on here that I cannot read. they have faded to oblivion. Lots of 157s. Oh, you know what? I bet you stop clock is generated on the CPU boards, not on the memory clock, on the memory board.
Right.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking for like an H40, but I think there's a bunch of those on here. Or a 74 LS37, H37, or just 7437.
Okay, so G clock is the general purpose clock that runs the system. It can be interrupted and stopped by the system being put into halt or being put under a halt instruction, or for I/O purposes or other things. That's what the stop clock signal does, is it controls G clock. So G clock and sys clock are both generated by the memory card. The stop clock tells the memory card to stop the G clock but leave sys clock running, because sys clock runs all the time. Otherwise, they're pretty much the same signal.
So did we ever try powering the thing up with the memory controller in but no CPU?
I don't remember doing that.
I don't think we have.
Let's try that. See if we get any different behavior with the memory controller in and maybe one of the memory cards, but no CPU. Because if the CPU is stuck generating stop clock for whatever reason it wants to, that could potentially just be holding everything stopped.
Oh, wow. The reason that there's so many clocks propagated through flip-flops is to make sure that they all are in sync with each other.
Great.
The clock distribution logic minimizes skew by assuring the clock pulse presented to each flip-flop is delayed by the same number of gate propagations from the primary system clock, G clock. Wow.
All right. I did a power on reset. We got our idle light back. We're back up to there are 5 lights.
Now, the front panel may not do much without the AU, because the AU is what really does all of its functions.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if we could get it to do something other than what we've seen it do. But I'm pretty sure this is the state it was in earlier today.
Yeah, with the exception that 14 looks a little bit brighter.
It still looks just as garbage in real life.
So, okay. So stop clock, without the AU in there, stop clock is being held. Which means we got sys clock, which has caused the idle to turn on, but we don't have G clock running, I think.
Okay, so the idle comes off because the CPU is not asserting stop clock, but the run light never comes on because our G clock never propagates correctly.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, I can track with that. So again, sounds like our fault's on the memory controller card.
Right, in the flip-flop.
Frustrating.
In the flip-flop that controls sys clock going into G clock. This is one very complicated clock logic circuit.
I mean, it really does feel like they went above and beyond to be obtuse.
Now, this is common between the A and the B model, so the schematic or the logic drawings that we have for the B may apply.
Do we have schematics for the B? Do we have schematics for anything?
We have some schematics. There's a maintenance electrical drawings document.
Does that show a memory controller in it?
It's hard to kind of figure out what it's showing. There's a lot of handwritten notes in it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Apologies if somebody's asked already, but Charles and I highlighted some weird-looking parts up in the analog section of that board.
Of which board?
Damaged looking. The one that you had posted a little while ago.
Oh, that would be the memory controller.
There's something doesn't look right in the section with all the transistors.
I bet you highlighted the fusible links that are hot glued down. That's going to be my guess.
Oh, okay, that's what they are. Are they not blown? One of them looks unhappy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's glued down. That's how it was glued down. So I think they're fine.
Oh, okay.
That's the position that they were glued in from the factory.
As long as they test fine, that's okay.
I don't actually know if they're fusible links or not.
Page 9 of the PDF I linked of the electrical drawings is diagram logic detailed 980B memory controller. It's not the A memory controller.
It might be close enough to get us headed in the right direction, though.
Could be. The pinouts should be the same, maybe?
Well, we can... let's see if we can find the crystal oscillator on it and work backwards from there. All right, hang on. Let me double check these things, whatever the heck these things are. Yeah, well, they're not fuses, that's for sure. That one measures out at 95 kiloohms. That one measures out at 98 kiloohms. Those are probably like precision resistors or something that they glued down. All right. Let's...
Okay, sorry.
No, it's valid because they're very strange looking things.
In the pictures, the hot glue looks like haze, so it's hard to tell what's going on.
I mean, it looks like haze in real life, but I know it's hot glue because it's squishy. All right, let's see here. Where is the crystal oscillator on this guy? Oh man, Jerry, I love you, but I wish you wouldn't have written a swear word on the back of your t-shirt.
Y1, 12 megahertz, page 2728, page 11 of the PDF.
Gotcha.
It's in the lower left-hand corner.
I'm on page 8 in the PDF, but or page 11 in the PDF, but I don't see it in the lower left-hand corner.
The maintenance electrical drawings PDF?
Yeah.
In the lower left, it's Y1. It's a little kind of pill-shaped vertical pill. It says
Oh,
Y1.
there it is.
12.
Yep, I got it. All right, let me open this up in a real PDF viewer. I was not expecting it to be drawn that way. All right, so yes, we've got Y1 goes to it's R1 and CR14. On mine, that is CR4 and like R35, I think, or R30 something. So those numbers are not going to match. But it does go to two 220 PF capacitors. And then the 2N 2369s are correct. Those are right there. They're labeled Q1, Q2 on there, but I'm pretty sure they're Q15 and Q16 on mine. So where does it go from there. It goes through a CR11 to a 2N2222. Bet you I can find that. There's another CR. If that's my 2N2222, it's in rough shape. But it could be that one as well. So that might be CR3, listed as CR3 for me. That might be our journey out. Where does it go? Well, all right. Where does it never hit? Good God Almighty. Does it never, like, where are we generating the G clock at from this?
Well, there's an output at the bottom that's labeled, is that a theta system clock?
Oh, yeah, okay. Theta SC, which goes to sheet 1. Let's try to find if it ever hits an IC. It's got to hit an IC at some point.
So we go back to sheet 1. Wow.
This is dense.
Yeah. It's dense, it's handwritten.
I feel like they had a challenge in the office to see who could make the most complex computer. These guys won.
What is all this circuitry on the oscillator?
I have no
I mean,
idea.
they got temperatures. They got 2 temperature stabilized resistors in there.
Oh, that's probably the things that are underneath the hot glue.
Oh, they're supposed to be 100K. Did you measure close to that?
Yeah, it was like 95 and 98K. So not,
Is this all just to
perfect,
keep the
but
oscillator
close.
in spec?
Wow. Okay, so the power on and power on A signals have to be good in order for that transistor Q2 on the B version diagram to actually output the oscillator signal.
Okay. Where do those
And those
power
are on page
signals?
3, and those are on plug 3 and plug 4, pin 37 and 66. So that must be coming in from the power supply.
That could be an issue.
Yeah.
Power on.
And power on A.
Part of P3, pin 37. So, which one is P3? Which one is P4? That's a solid question.
Yeah.
So it's, and which one, which side is odd? Which side is even? All right, hang on a sec. Skilloscope, you got to go on the ground, buddy. Sorry. Because we don't have a power on signal from the power supply that we're sending anywhere.
Page 22 of the PDF is a backplane diagram, including power supply schematic. Or some labels on the power supply, including.
Oh, all right.
Stand by. Does it say where it's getting power on and power?
Let's see if this matches. All right. I gotta make you full screen here. So yeah, we got front panel. Ooh, I wonder, does this have a part number on it? Got a
has a drawing
drawing
number.
number.
943673.
Because I've got some numbers on my backplane here.
This is a three. This is a three memory slot backplane.
CPU back panel assembly number. Can't quite see it. So I've got an assembly number 226800, schematic number 226802.
Yeah, that's not. I think that's probably would be in the 980A maintenance electrical drawings, which we don't.
Yeah, probably.
However, there's also a front panel schematic right after that, which gives you all the logic.
Oh yeah, the backplane is a little different because you've only got 3 memory. Oh no, that's the same. So I've got arithmetic unit, power supply, memory control, memory 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got a memory 4 that one doesn't have. And then there's a front panel schematic. Okay. Okay, but that power on signal.
The B model uses 24K memory cards instead of 8K memory cards. That's why it has 3 slots.
That's fair. The this doesn't list. Okay, P1, P2 is what they're listing for. P2 they're saying is on the power supply side. Which way are they viewing this thing from? From the top. So that drawing is shown from the top.
So
that's so messed up. Okay. So they're showing 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Drawn from the top. And 1 on the left, 80 on the right. That matches. So that said it was part of P3, right? What the heck is P3?
P3 and P4 are on the top edge. Because P1 and P2 are on the bottom.
Oh, well, no, but the top edge is for the AU. The memory controller doesn't have anything on the top.
But this is for a B model, not an A model.
Yeah, so the memory controller is probably a little different on that one, huh?
So it may be different, but it does have those 2 signals for power on and power on A. It may be that we're missing a power on signal. Maybe that power on signal is generated on the AU card if it doesn't come from the power supply. Because it doesn't look like it comes from the power supply in the B. So, but we don't have the documentation for the A, so where do we find that? You have to trace out the circuit around the clock.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that like we don't have any A documentation, and it's different enough from the B that the B hasn't been able to help much. So we're kind of in this position where it's like we can look at the B for reference, but really what we need to do is reverse engineer the A. And this is, it's like way too much to try and reverse engineer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they've got memory interconnects. Left memory interconnect left, memory interconnect right on like 26, page 26 and page 25.
Right, and those are for the 24K memory cards.
That have an extra signal on top.
Yep.
But that then implies that power on A only goes within the memory card and nothing else.
Or possibly between the memory card and the AU in the... No, the AU is still 2 slots in the B model, isn't it?
I have no idea.
See, that was it 2-1? The AU, yeah, is still 2 cards, and the memory controller is a 3rd card. And yeah, there's just P1 and P2. So where's P3? That's got to be on the B. Maybe there's a separate. Maybe those bridge connectors on the B cover the AU cards and the memory controller. That's fun. So on the A model, those signals must go through the backplane.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering if on the A model, because we've done all of our troubleshooting based on the B model power supply, but I'm wondering if on the A model, there's an extra signal that goes someplace.
Now, aren't the B model and the original 980 supposed to have more in common? But I mean, except for the memory, of course, because the B has.
No, the 960 and the 980B have more in common. The 980A is a redheaded stepchild.
Okay.
Well, let's see here. Coming off of the power supply card, I have a bunch of stuff. Hang on. This is I probably should have paid more attention to this. No, not the electrical drawings. Let me pull up that power supply schematic again. All right. Because I have 5 or 6 wire wrap wires coming off of the power supply edge connector going to various cards. And we didn't do anything with those, as far as I know.
And the thing is, if those are sending your power good signal that tells it to turn on the clock,
yeah,
keep it running.
So
and having the AU card
16.
in there stops the idle from showing, but the run doesn't come on because it's not actually running the clock. So yeah, that makes sense. That if we're missing the power good signal to that clock circuit. It's such a complicated
that's intriguing.
box.
All right, 15 and 16. Yeah, 15 and 16, which, Jesus, I can't tell what the heck those are supposed to go to on the power supply. But those go to a memory card. Only one memory card, but they go to a memory card. Well, no, they go to one wire, and then that thing may have wire. No, well, I don't know what the heck's going on here. But they go to a memory card. So those signals from the power supply to the memory, or from the memory to the power supply.
So that's the power for the DRAMs.
No, I don't think so, because the power, is 15 and 16, is that the 16.2 volt? No, that's on 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Right. So yeah, it doesn't show up on this. Wow.
Yeah, but that's definitely wired on this guy. Let's see here. 15, 16, 17, 18, no, yeah. 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. 24 goes... it's midnight.
Your printer start restarted, huh?
Yep. 24 goes to the memory controller. No, 26. 26 looks like it takes a 90-degree turn here. '26 definitely spears off into no man's land. It goes somewhere as well.
two power on signals, power on and power on A, on the 980B. If that carries over to the 980A, there might be two different signals because maybe there's two different rails it's looking at.
Yeah, all right. So want to see pin 30. Let me double check that. 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. Pin 30 goes to the front panel. Pin 28 goes to the AU, board 1. And then pin 26 spears off to someplace. So these all go someplace.
So you may have to reverse engineer from the power supply boards what those do.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Because what are they listed at? What are they listed at on here? So 1516 is listed as 19.5 volts.
Okay, Adam posted in the Friday Night Twitch chat what the power on and power on A signals are and what they mean.
So power on and power on A. This signal to the memory board turns on negative 5 volt DC to the logic elements. When computer main power drops, the signal drops to disabling power. Okay. This signal lags power on and leads power on minus and disables memory clock when plus 5 volt switch is not stable. During normal power conditions, this signal is a logic 1. Okay.
I found where it's generated.
Where is it generated?
In the refresh burst timer circuitry,
Yep.
which is on the memory controller.
Okay. Well, let's work under the assumption that the CPU, the memory controller and CPU cards are working correctly, and we're just not supplying a correct signal from the power supply. Right, because I've got 5 wires here that I'm pretty sure are effectively floating right now. And I don't know if they come from something into the power supply to like control power supply shenanigans, or if it's something from the power supply to these cards that's important. So 1516 on the power supply schematic goes to jumper E11 and says 19.5 volts on it. No clue what that is. Pin 24. 24 is our master reset. That one is not, that one is pulled high with our 100 ohms. So that one is not actually floating. 26 is POFF, P-O-F-F, which I feel like we saw somewhere.
Yeah, that's when the power has dropped. The capacitors will hold it up long enough that it sends a power off signal to the memory controller to stop the refresh and basically put the RAM into standby.
Okay. 28 is our reset switch, negative. And then 30 is MP loss with a negative. So MP loss would probably be memory power lost.
Oh, that's a signal that gets set if the if the memory wasn't backed up by external power, it's supposed to light an indicator when the computer's turned on to let you know that the contents of the memory were lost.
Okay.
And there's a ROM routine that's in the operator's manual that you like set F on the switches, and it's you then execute that, and that clears the system memory because to keep it from being full of garbage.
Signal also lights if I post anything that has 4 panels. So I might have posted loss.
Yeah. But for a computer of this vintage, it sure has a lot of power, state stuff with the memory backed or the battery backed up memory.
Yeah.
A lot of capability for the,
So, dang it. This is a little frustrating right now. Because we don't have any clue. So the goal now is to figure out whether the signals that we have that are effectively floating on the power supply, are those outputs from the power supply or inputs to the power supply? If it's an output from the power supply, that's a problem. We need to do something with that signal. If it's an input to the power supply, we don't care. But let me mark them on here. Just go ahead and get that one out again, I guess. Right, because if POF, for example, needs to be supplied by the power supply and we just let it float, it might be floating low, or it might be in some mid state that's just really messing stuff up. You guys are following what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. So it may just be as simple as like, we need to put a pull down resistor on something or a pull up resistor on something. The big one that I'm unsure of is 1516, because that is actually 2 different wires. That's 2 different wire wrap wires that go to, I swear, the first 8K of memory. So I wonder if only your first 8K of memory is battery backed and not the whole memory is battery backed.
It could also be something that is strapped by the user's choice.
True. All right, let's, what orientation do I need to go in? Okay.
I think it's interesting because it's battery backed up memory, but each of those memory chips dissipates 1 watt.
Yeah.
That's be a good sized battery.
Yeah, the thing had to be chunky. All right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. You are... So 16 is a signal, is for sure a signal on here. 2, 2. $15 and $16 are tied together, so we don't need to worry about that. So 16 is for sure a signal on here. Count from 16 now. There's 18, 20, 22, that's 24. So 24 is for sure a signal on here, which is our reset. 26, 28, and 30. These are all signals, and they all go to the lower card, except one of them also goes to the upper card. So those are all signals that would have been dealt with by the cards that are now no longer in the system. So the question is are those inputs or outputs? So we got to find POF M reset. It's all going to be on, what's that? What's the lower card? The MIM aux card. So let me see if I can find the schematic for that. If I can find those signals on the card, I can tell if they're an output from the card or an input into the card. That's the main 5-volt reg. And control, let's keep going to the next one here. Yeah, that's the memory aux. The K-Gober, I think the like the 960 and I think the 960 had a core memory option, but I think the 980A might have always been DRAM. But I think it was pretty common in this era of computing for DRAM to be battery backed because people were so used to how core memory worked. I know that the 1144 had a battery backed option, even though you never really had a core option for the 1144. All right, looking for POF. From them, all reg up, ground, bat plus -5, +5 ref, +21 aux, +5 stay, sent, reset, MP loss. Okay, MP loss is absolutely an input into the So did we say yeah, we need to look up MP loss. Is MP loss supposed to be high all the time? If it is, I think we're okay with ignoring it. But yeah, because MP loss comes into an NPN, and then that NPN can pull MP loss to ground. But otherwise, there's no pull-up resistor or anything on this side of it. So MP loss must have an internal pull-up resistor on whatever else is going on there. So as long as MP loss doesn't get pulled low by the power supply, MP loss should be good. So MP loss can stay high. So I think we're okay on MP loss. Reset switch we've handled. Oh no, reset switch we haven't handled. M reset we've handled. What is reset switch? Playing the game of hunting for signals.
When is the next time you're going to be in Washington, D.C.?
I don't know. Why is that?
Because at the Smithsonian Institution Archive Center National Museum of American History, they have a collection of papers of Robert Ledley. And in those are a number of Texas Instruments 980A documents with no additional information and no digital scan or copy or further info.
Great.
But there's at least 2 boxes with 7 different folders containing 980A specific information.
All right.
You could possibly contact the archivist.
I could.
I don't know.
I would be very skeptical.
Is there anybody in the DC area? I don't know if this link will work, but here's a link in the Friday Night Twitch.
All right, I gotta get some pin numbers here because this is not going well. I can't find POF or reset switch on the schematic at all. All right, I gotta go back up. All right. I need to just write down the page numbers so I don't have to scroll. All right, PSU is page 85. All right. Now, POF comes into pin 42. Looks like, yeah, POF is pin 42 of our aux memory power board. Reset SW.
Tom T just joined if you want to ask him any questions.
Oh, hey, Tom.
Sorry I'm late. I've been battling the migration from Outlook 365 to a new server all day.
No worries. We're just out here getting our butt kicked.
That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, we're at this point we're not entirely sure that we're sending all the appropriate signals from the power supply to the computer. So that's what we're trying to track down at the moment.
Oh, okay.
With the arithmetic unit and the memory controller installed, the idle light goes out, but the run light does not illuminate, which kind of shows that the clock, the general purpose clock, the G clock, is not running properly.
Okay. I haven't looked at CPU boards at all yet, but P off has to be held low. I know that. In 26 and 25 on the power supply.
Yeah, we're not doing anything with P off right now. It's just floating.
Okay. Floating should probably be okay. I think it's pulled up by the it goes low when it detects a power loss. So it should be held high. And it's held high by it's a single open collector transistor, so with a pull-up resistor. I remember seeing that.
Well, no, so MP loss, I think, is that way because I found MP loss. I was trying to find the schematic. I was trying to find these on the
Yeah,
schematics.
I was hearing you talking about that. So you say it's an input to the memox board.
Yeah. But I couldn't find P off.
P off. Let's see, where did that come from? That originates on the memox board.
Yeah, I was looking for it on the memox board. It is pin
It's in the lower
42.
left-hand corner. Lower left-hand corner of the schematic, whichever page it is. Remember seeing that. Come on. There we go.
Oh, got it. I don't know where the heck it is.
Switch that. Now maybe it's not there. Let's see. Stupid. $35 volts AC. That plus.
Yeah, maybe it's. I don't think maybe that's one that goes to both. That one might go to both. So that one might P off might actually be on the main regulator board. Let me check that one.
I'll reg up. P off. 4142 on the main regulator board comes out of the Q. Wow. Q output of a one shot. No. A1, A2.
Wait, where'd you?
That's
Oh,
a
I got it. Yeah,
120.
P off. Q output of looks like a 7. No, I don't know what that is.
121 or 122.
Yeah. So that's an actual active signal.
Yeah, it is. Well,
And
where
we're
did
not.
I get? Oh, I may have been looking at M reset.
Yeah, M reset is pulled
Open
high by 100
collector.
ohm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. M reset is pulled high by 100 ohm, and that's
Yeah.
the one that we've pulled high.
Okay.
So POF we're not
That's
doing anything
negative.
with, but I feel like we should be. Like we definitely should be doing something with POF.
Pull it high, yeah. Oh no, wait a minute. P off is the Q output. That would be a positive true.
Well, I think we need to read the. I think the maintenance manual talks about POF somewhere. The maintenance electrical drawings manual. I think Nuku and I were talking about that.
Okay.
Not too long ago. I think that's on. What page
Yeah,
was
that's
that?
the arithmetic unit and control console maintenance manual.
Yeah, we got the wrong one open here.
And that's generic to both the 980A and 980B.
Yes.
Yeah, this one explained POF
This
in it
sounds familiar.
somewhere.
Control find.
Where was that? Do you remember where that was that we saw POF?
Page 24.
You got us beat.
Page
There we go.
24 on the.
Yep.
On the,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
The state of POF is undefined until the supply voltages approach regulated levels. At AC power turn on, POF settles to a logic 0 level before M reset goes high. When AC power is interrupted, POF goes to a logic 1 level within 20 to 24 milliseconds after the interruption occurs. The POF signal remains at logic 1 for approximately 1.3 milliseconds and returns to 0 level approximately 1.1 milliseconds before M reset goes low. So it sounds like POF needs to be tied low. Right? The POF signal is generated when AC power is turned off, or when an AC power interruption or sufficient duration occurs, loss of generation. The POF signal is generated by logic circuits. Therefore, the state of POF is undefined until the supply is reached, whatever. At AC power turn on, POF settles to a logic 0 level before M reset goes high. So we need to tie POF to 0 before we release our M reset.
And then it needs to go high, right?
No, no. POF stays at 0 unless AC power is interrupted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and AC power is not going to get interrupted, so we don't care. So let's just pull POF low.
Go to the previous page and you'll see the waveform.
Yeah. That's showing POF stabilizes to low, and then you can see AC power goes to off, and then that's when POF jumps up. But the rest of the time, POF is low. So we just need to tie POF low.
Yeah.
That could be basically floating high.
It doesn't care until it gets a pulse saying that, hey, we're losing power, which we don't care about.
Yeah. Now I could just do that with some wire wrap. I get the impression that POF is not, well, POF is a wire wrap wire already anyways, so I could just wire wrap that to ground and we'd be fine.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and do that. In the meantime, we need to figure out reset SW, which is different than M reset.
Reset SW is the reset switch from the front panel.
Right.
But that goes all the way into the power supply. So is the power supply supplying unique power to the reset switch on the front panel?
Doubtful.
Or is the front panel resetting, telling the power supply to do something?
That's doubtful too.
Yeah, does make sense.
But reset SW is present on the power supply. Like I can see the trace, it's there. So reset SW is doing something in the power supply. Question is what? Is it an output or is it an input?
Let me go back to 85, is it? Reset SW. M reset. P off. Reset switch. Oh. In 40, 3940, I guess.
Yeah.
On the mem off. Let me. Oh, how do I do that? Duplicate tab. Okay. Now I can go to one.
All right, POF was pin 26.
Okay.
So 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. Yeah, 26.
Okay, page 64 of the arithmetic unit and control PDF on section 4.8.3.2 covers the way the resets switch generates the RSTSW signal. Oh wow, that's a complicated reset function. Wow.
Yeah.
When the reset switch signal is detected in state D1, the controller enters state E2, where the ALU is set to all zero condition to enable the reset of the registers. When the next system clock occurs, these registers are loaded with zeros, and the ROM controller returns to state D0, where it remains until the reset switch is released. Why doesn't that go to the power supply?
Yeah.
Doesn't,
Big question.
but yeah, because that just goes to the AU.
All right, so I've pulled POF low. I'm pretty sure, at least. I think pin 1 and 2 are low. So wait, did we find reset switch?
Not on the power supply yet.
Not why we go to the power supply, but what the switch signal does when it gets to the AU and the system's running.
Oh man.
Or the system's halted. I'm not sure.
That was the convincing it to clear registers or something, right?
It sets a flip-flop that tells it to clear the registers on the next clock cycle. Once that's completed, it resets the flip-flop and waits for the switch to be released. So it kind of has its own debouts built into it.
All right.
Crazy.
Oh, it makes sense, but it's complex.
Yeah. Now think of what the reset is doing in a microcontroller or microprocessor. It may be doing a whole lot worse. We just don't know what it is.
Well, sure, because it's all internal logic. This is all discrete logic.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I did find reset. It's not called reset switch. It's just called reset. On 3940. Yeah, so page 129 on the power supply maintenance schematic.
129.
It's on the right side, and it's just re-space set. But it's pins 39 and 40.
Yeah.
And that is definitely...
Reset.
That's something coming from here on the way out, it looks like.
It does. Well...
Because 5-volt sense comes up, and you've got a big 240K on the grid, not the grid, the base, because it's vacuum tubes.
Tubes on the bottom of the brain.
No. You've got a big 240K on the base of a PNP. You've got, I don't know what is going on here with all the diodes.
Plus 5 volt sense.
Is it sensing multiple rails?
No,
No,
just
this
a
has
plus 5.
this has something to do with the battery. So you've got BAT plus coming in through a 1.2 meg and a 240K. So it goes through a 1.2, a 240K, drops through 2 diodes into Q42, the PNP, and then when 5 volt sense comes up, that turns the PNP on, I'm guessing, and allows something to then go through another diode drop out to reset. So is this supplying the voltage to reset that then passes through the reset switch to the CPU?
I wouldn't think so, because if you look at the diodes, let's see, current flowing. The only pull-up you have is R76 and R75, 1.2 meg and 240K, which is not going to pull up anything.
Does that signal
TCL.
go from the power supply connector to the front panel?
Yeah, that signal does. That signal goes through the power supply connector all the way up to the front panel. That's correct.
So maybe it does provide voltage to the reset circuit to allow the reset switch to operate.
Yeah, with that high of resistance, I would say it's not pulling anything up.
Unless the plus bat is really high. I don't know what plus bat is at, but if plus bat, like if the battery's supposed to be like, but then, you know, that wouldn't work at all if you didn't have a battery, which we didn't have, so.
Right. So it probably couldn't care less.
What a weird setup.
Yeah.
I don't understand this at all.
Okay, 483.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
It doesn't say that it's a negative logic signal. RSTSW doesn't have a minus after it.
Well, the thing is, even the pull down Q34, it's going through a 240K to ground. So it's not going to have anything to do with logic.
Yeah, this reset switch signal is very strange.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it here because there's nothing low enough resistance to do anything to any kind of logic on the CPU boards.
All right. Well, we tied POF low, so
yeah.
In the spirit of only changing one thing at a time, we'll try powering it up with POF tied low and see if that changes the behavior in any way.
Did you find out what that 15 volts was doing going to the
We were off a pin.
Oh.
Yeah, that 15 volt doesn't. Plus minus 15 is not used anywhere. Plus minus 35 is not used anywhere.
Okay.
The signal that goes, ironically, the signal that goes to the front panel that I was looking at was MP loss, which is actually a signal that we've looked at this time.
Yes.
But MP loss is an open collector thing, so it's got its own pull up, and I think it only pulls down in the event of a loss of memory, so we don't need to actually do anything with MP loss.
It's an indicator. Yeah.
Yeah. There is one more signal, one more line that is on. I can see the wire wrap there, and I can't figure it out. and that is pins 15 and 16. In the power supply
16.
schematic, those say that they're 19.5 volts,
Oh,
which makes 0 sense to me, but
yeah.
like there was nothing that was generating 19.5 volts. So I sure as heck don't see where that 19.5 volts is coming from.
It doesn't go to the memory, does it?
It does. It goes to the first memory card.
Which we don't use anyway. So we use plus 16 and that's it.
Oh, we were thinking that might be the battery backup power. Keep the memory card powered.
But only the first 8K
Um,
memory is kind of what we were thinking. Is that maybe you've got your DRAM is so power hungry that they only back up the first 8K.
Oh, that I wasn't even aware of. Wow.
That's a guess. That's a total random guess.
That's
Okay.
a guess from reading the Intel 1103 datasheet, which said that each memory chip dissipates 1 watt.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
All right. Time to do my by hand power on reset here. Okay. Oh, we got 0 LEDs. So pop was not our smoking gun.
We have the power light though, right?
We do still have the power light, yes.
Okay, all right. We
Oh,
use
you got the power light working.
Yeah, it's just super dim, and I think probably we had some corrosion in the plug, and unplugging it and plugging it a couple times helped.
yeah, we monkeyed around with it a bit, and it came up a little bit, but even then, the filament resistance reads high. That bulb is unhappy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's not an LED like they used everywhere else.
Yeah, it should have been. I mean, it runs off of 5 volts, but there's no like dropper resistor on it.
Yeah. Plop a lead in there and it'll be fine.
Well, I'd have to put a resistor on it.
Yeah.
LEDs were still fairly expensive in 1972.
All right, so tying POF low made no difference, which leaves that weird 19.5 volt line and the reset switch line. Those two are still floating.
19.5 on the power supply connector shows it's going to E11.
Yeah, which
doesn't go anywhere.
Well, I don't know if it doesn't go anywhere. I don't know where E11 is.
Can you even see it? You do have a big chasm in there now.
Yeah, I can see a bunch of stuff. But I don't know where the E11 jumper is supposed to be. Or if it's even labeled E11 on mine. So far, everything's been labeled totally differently.
Yeah.
But I think, doesn't that schematic have a parts location diagram? Let me see here. Let's go to page 85.
Yeah. Sort of, kind of. Where did it go?
Oh yeah, it's below it.
Oh, below it?
Yeah. E11. Is what we're looking for, but I do not think it's going to be high resolution enough for us to see that. Oh, maybe it is. There's E12, E14, E15. G7, J1, come on. You ain't you just not gonna show me E11? Oh, E11. Wow, I think it's either E11 or 113. No, that's E11. It's down on the edge.
Can you point to it on your screen?
It's here, according to this thing. But I don't see that on my actual board.
Oh. 14, 15. Yeah. Royal pain in the butt.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Well, we can possibly look at the back plane and see if anything is tied to that pin.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. All right. Yeah, that's 15, 16. I remember seeing all three of those came up and went to... Oh no, that one's a smaller one. That's up at 15, 16. All right. I gotta pull this card out again. Man, I have never been so thoroughly defeated at every avenue as I have on this machine, man.
I hear you.
Like usually I can get enough of a response out of a machine that I can have a thread to pull on, but it's just like every time we make a change, nothing happens. It's just giving us nothing.
You're pulling at fibers of threads on this one.
Yeah. It's just taking no prisoners.
I don't know if anyone can take that Smithsonian lead and run with it because it's all offline. You'd have to contact the museum, but that's the only place I've seen any hint of any 980A documents available.
Yeah, what I've run into is you don't have access to the documents, but
Right. That goes, I can very clearly follow the trace to
just lists of what they've got. But yeah.
All right, so pin 15, 16 here definitely has a trace that goes to the MIM aux board.
Okay.
And that is, if I'm counting from the right direction, it's entirely possible that I'm not. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So pin 12 and I think 11 probably of the MIM aux board. Unless I counted from the wrong side, and at which point it's 12 down from whatever the peak number is. And I did count from the wrong side, so yeah, let me recount that. So 80, 78, 76, 74, 72, 70. How come that didn't? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 80, 80, 79, 78, 77, 76, 75, 74, 73, 72, 71, 70. How come that math doesn't math in my brain? It's maybe 69 and 70? 69 and 70. All right, I think it's 6970 on the aux board. Whether that 6970 is the same 69 and 70 as the A and B remains to be seen, but let's at least see if we can find 6970 on here and see what it says.
Yeah.
Six, 9, 10. That's all different sheets. 75, 76, 79, 80 is ground, which is not true. All right. $67, $68, $71, $72. Found everything except 69 and 70. 566.
I don't see it.
Oh, I do.
You do?
Yeah, that says plus 35 volts AC. And minus
What?
35 volts AC. So page 129, bottom left.
6970. Oh, yeah.
But that says that's the plus 35 volt AC that's coming from the power supply itself,
Yeah.
which is like 69 and 70 are tied together on mine. They're not two separate pins. So that can't be what it is.
Wow.
So that's something else entirely.
Yeah.
The question is it very clearly comes from the MIM aux board and very clearly goes to the memory boards. And right now it's just floating. So it should be doing something. Like it shouldn't float.
I'm lost.
Well, yeah, at this point it's a revision difference, right?
Yeah.
So whatever this schematic is showing us doesn't match the reality of the actual machine.
No. Do you have the Memox board handy?
Maybe. Let me go check. Not that I think we'll be able to glean much, but
Well, it may give us some kind of an idea of what we're looking at anyway. We don't have to go very far with it.
the Memox board. Was that the one with the really
With a lot of
rusty?
transistors. Yes,
Okay,
really rusty.
that was the one with the rusty transistors.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, it definitely goes somewhere on here. All right. Where are you at here? Let's go 80, 80, 79, 78, 77, 76, 75, 74, 73, 72, 71, 70, 69. So this guy right here. Which goes to a ton of places.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, let's see here. I've got it going to... Oh, geez, it goes a ton of places. Okay. That is that one, which comes over here to you. I mean, it's kind of impossible for me to tell you what it goes to. That's how many different places it goes to. So there's a resistor. It goes to R12, goes to a small cap, comes around over to here, goes to CR38, then comes down to here where it goes to R9. Then there's a via over to here where it goes to R134, comes up here to another via that disappears. I can't really see where it goes. Also cuts over here to a big capacitor, then to here, which is CR26. Then to here, which is a small capacitor. Then to that one doesn't go anywhere, but also to CR21. Then to CR27.
Jeez.
And finally, looks like maybe R57. Plus the mystery via, but that mystery via may not go anywhere. I can't at least see it going anywhere. Yeah, no, that mystery via doesn't go anywhere. So that's it. It just goes to like 8 discrete components. That is some kind of important logic signal.
Oh, brother.
So here's an idea. May not be a good one, but it is an idea. We connect a wire to that pin and have it to like a, or we don't have to do it. I can do it with like a jumper. And we just jumper it via a 1K up, power it on, see if anything changes, and then jumper it through a 1K down and power it on and see if anything changes.
1K down may not hold it low enough.
Yeah, well, we can do 470. I've got a 470 around here. Oh yeah, I can just ground it. Yeah.
or a 470. Yeah, if it's
Yeah.
a logic input, but measure the voltage.
If it's an output and you put a weak pull on it, would it give you enough that you could see whether it's pulling or being pushed on a meter?
Yeah.
Because if it's strictly an input, you would see nothing.
True. I mean, I could just put a multimeter on it when we power it up and see if it floats to a level.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's strictly an input, I would expect it to have nothing or just like some absolutely minuscule amount of leakage on it, maybe. But if it's an output expecting to be pulled up, I would expect it to just not make it to the appropriate logic level.
Yeah,
Unless
if we just see
it's open collector.
If we just see like 0 on it, that tells us one thing. But then if we see like 2.5 volts on it or something, that tells us that it's expecting a pull in some direction.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of ways to determine if what we're looking at is an input or an output. Because grounding an output might damage something.
Well, that's why I was going to go through the 470.
Yeah. Makes sense.
The grounding an output through a 470 is much less likely to hurt something. It might piss it off a little bit, but...
Yeah, that's true, too. Either way.
Let's try that. Either way, I think the amount of logic that from the power supply that touches that pin, and the fact that that pin spears off over to the memory area says that there is some level of importance to it. Now, it might be purely related to the battery backup.
Yeah.
And we might be able to get away with ignoring it, but I don't know. I'm going to go with a big fat skeptical on that one. All right, let me get a.
If it were something for the battery backup, I would expect it to eventually go to a VCC somewhere, and we'd be able to spot that because pin 1 is distinct.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's just connect you on here. Okay. Where's my multimeter at? Down here. All right, let's. All right, let me do my wonderful little power on reset. I don't even know if this is necessary, but I'm going to keep doing it. All right. This one, that pin is at 18 volts.
Son of a gun.
That's a lot of voltage.
Yeah. That's.
But where is it coming from?
Yeah, where's it coming from? That's the next question, because we don't even have anything in here that generates 18. Like the highest voltage level power supply we have is 16. So how are we getting 18 out of that?
Something somewhere is a charge pump.
Yeah.
All right, so pulling it to 5 volts seems like a bad idea.
Yeah. And pulling it down does too.
Yeah, that's possible too.
possible too.
Wowzers.
That was not the number I was expecting.
No.
Do you have a memory card installed right now?
I do.
You can turn it off, pull the memory cards, try it again, and see if the 18 volts goes away.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
All right, so that's just the memory controller, no memory card.
So I was expecting like 1.8, not 18.
Yeah. All right, just power it on here. That's now at 1.6.
Okay, that's the backup power into the memory card. Because that's hitting the voltage regulation circuit on the memory card that's stepping up the voltage to 18 volts.
Yeah, it's almost 1.8 volts.
Yeah. So that must be for the battery backup.
I didn't think that the 1104s needed 18.
The 1103s need up to 20 volts. These are 1103As, so they run it between 16 and 20 volts. So 18 would be right smack in the middle.
Oh. Alrighty then.
All right.
It also that answers if we need additional voltage for the memory cards. We probably don't.
No. And I guess that's an input into the power supply, maybe? Or maybe the all of that logic, this is a wild stab in the dark, but maybe all of that logic on the power supply board that we were seeing is detecting whether 18 volts is present, and if it isn't, it then backfeeds 18 volts from the battery to keep the memory card powered.
Yeah, that makes sense. It might be that off the battery it runs at a lower voltage. It might be 16 volts, or
Yeah, so it'll have like a comparator where when this drops below, when this drops below what the battery is supplying, the battery takes over.
All right. Aside from POF, which is now tied low, I don't think there's anything else that we're missing dramatically from the power supply.
So with all the cards in, it comes out of idle, but it doesn't show run, which doesn't show that the G clock is running. So I'm still interested in that stop clock signal.
Yeah.
That'd be a place for troubleshooting next time. Because unless you want to, because I mean it's 10 after 1 now.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting into anything deeper today. I'm running on E.
Yeah, I'm out of energy and ideas.
Yeah, I think we're back at the stop clock and the clock circuit.
Yeah, this time we got bit 15 lit up. All right. Yeah, so something is preventing the clock from coming up. Either the CPU is holding the clock low, Or either the CPU is preventing the clock from working, or the clock itself, G clock itself, is broken.
Now, in the operations manual, it makes it sound like it is possible to run some basic tests on the arithmetic unit with the front panel unplugged.
How the heck would you do that?
Your troubleshooting idea next week to look at and see, what the clocks look like with the front panel and without the front panel. Because if they look good without the front panel, then we know we need to look at the front panel.
True. But that requires taking or at the very least soldering fly wires to the arithmetic unit so that we can check the clock.
Well, those clock signals are on the back plane. We just need to find them.
Yeah, all right. Where's Waldo?
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 signals in the back plane we want to look at. We want to look at sys clock, we want to look at G clock, and we want to look at stop.
Yeah.
Because G clock and sys clock should be in sync with each other if stop clock isn't preventing G clock from being generated.
And clock on too.
Right, for G clock, yes.
I'm running real low on ideas. Because even if we find out, we've got a bad clock signal, like then what?
Well,
like we don't have schematics to chase it down.
Then we start looking at, okay, well, it looks like this in the B schematic. We start tracing out from the components we know on the A schematic to look for, it goes through so many flip-flops and so much logic that you just have to step through the path from the crystal out. We do know the idle light comes on when the AU isn't present. Which says
the idle light comes on when the AU isn't present or the MC isn't present. I think if I pulled just the MC, the idle light also comes on.
Yeah.
So the AU may not be the culprit here, right? So if I pop the MC out.
Now the idle light is tied to is basically an indicator for the stop clock signal, isn't it?
Yeah, so if I just pull the MC, everything else is in, MC is removed, we get the idle light.
Right.
Ah.
And if I put the MC in, but pull the CPU, I think we also get the idle light, don't we?
I think so.
Let's find out. Yes.
Okay, so that tells us that stop clock is working correctly, but G clock is not being generated properly, or is not being allowed to run for some reason.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think the CPU is pulling the stop clock signal low or high or whichever direction it's supposed to go. I think the CPU is essentially telling the machine to start. And it doesn't start because there's a fault on the memory controller board that is not generating the clock signal to propagate through the system and get things boogieing along.
Yeah, it's not taking sys clock and passing it along to G clock. We know we're generating sys clock because we have the 12 megahertz clock.
Yeah.
That you saw.
There it is. No, that power light is just not.
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
changing as you mess with it. So
Yeah, it's just a terrible connection.
The amount of corrosion in this poor computer.
It's rough.
Yeah.
Have you deoxided all of the backplane connectors?
3 times.
Oh yeah, I figured you probably had. I know you did the switches.
Okay.
That's the only reason that I can plug cards into it. I had to I had to use a screwdriver to get the cards out the first time. They were like essentially welded into the sockets. It was this machine is, it looks acceptable on camera, but even in person you look at this thing and you're like, boy, that's rough.
It was outdoors for what, 20 years?
At least.
At least?
Yeah.
Poor computer.
I mean, Texas is a pretty kind environment, but outdoors is outdoors, man.
You guys have snow and ice, you have blistering heat in summer, you have high humidity at times.
Yeah.
All good.
And it rains in the last 30 years. That's a lot of moisture on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, you're away from the Gulf, so
Yeah, it's not as brutal as
yeah.
Houston's rough.
You can have, but you get further west in Texas and you get alkaline soils, and things get
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
there too.
Yeah, I resign defeated today.
Well, I wouldn't say that. We eliminated a lot of stuff. We figured out that the voltages that we thought were there aren't really there. We don't got to worry about power supplies for we eliminated a lot of crap.
Yeah, true. I think that we can be moderately confident that our replacement power supply here is doing okay.
Good.
And there was no additional magic smoke release today.
Yeah, we didn't make anything worse.
Yeah, I mean, we could have tried a little harder, I think, to make things worse. Honestly, I would be happy with movement in either direction.
I'm still thinking you may have trouble with front panel switches that are impacting this a bit too.
That's entirely possible.
But as you said, you don't want to have to take it apart and replace all the switches. But
yeah,
at some point, that's why if I think the theory of operation is right, and if you can actually run it without the control panel in it and troubleshoot, maybe it'll help with the clock troubleshooting, and then you can focus on the control panel if that's the issue. And fortunately, I think the control panel schematic in the 980D documentation should be fairly similar to this control panel.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be the same.
I mean, it would be nice to confirm that we have a clock where a clock is supposed to be. Where currently I think we don't have a clock at all. And whenever we see a random light, the 14 or 15 light come on, I think that's just a quirk of the thing powering up in whichever state it powers up in.
Yeah.
So I think at this point we're pretty confident that it's a clock issue. I mean, all signs point to a clock issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unless the run circuitry, indicator circuitry on the front panel is bad. I don't know if that direct connects to the to the G clock.
Well, that's true too. You never know what those switches are doing, and any kind of corrosion may be.
Well, the reason we were suspecting that run is not coming up is because there's also no activity anywhere else.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
It does look like a system that is not clocking.
Yeah, everything about it feels like a system that the clock just isn't starting on. Unfortunately, we don't have a riser board. That makes probing it way more difficult.
Can make one.
Well, you can operate from the backplane side, set up on edge.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. But that only lets us probe backplane signals. We can't probe anything on the card itself. Right. So we can't. We could search for the clock on the backplane because we know that it's got to be there, but we can't follow the clock on the memory control card to see where we're losing the plot. Well, we kind of can. If I remove the memory card, I can kind of probe the memory controller. So as long as we don't have to have a memory card in there for the clock to kick off, we can maybe trace it. We can go walk backwards from the crystal oscillator. I mean, we did see that the oscillator was oscillating at 12 megahertz like it's supposed to. So we know that at least the crystal is good.
And the waveform looked okay, so it's not being loaded way down or anything like that. It was actually a bit higher than I expected it to be.
It was just a nice, clean sine wave.
That was what, 1 volt peak to peak, or 2 volts peak to peak?
Yeah, it was 1 volt peak to peak, 1.2 or something like that.
1.2 or 1.3, where I was expecting like 0.5, 0.6.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll have a think about this. I don't know. We might take a break on the TI-980 next week. We've been on it for like 5 weeks straight.
Yeah.
So we might give it a break and dive into something else. I don't know what, but yeah, maybe we'll
Get the teletype working.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole adventure in and of itself. That's certainly not a one week thing.
And there's really no push to get it ready for VCF Southwest because it's not going to be.
No, it's not even going. That's all LGP21. That's the only thing I'm taking. Which is nice because it takes me like 15 minutes to load it up and unload it. So my setup time should be pretty quick. And I just got to drive the truck 2 hours up and 2 hours back. So it's like it should be a fairly low stress VCF Southwest as far as like load in and load out. The stress is going to be in like, will the machine survive the weekend?
Are you going to take your RS-232 tape punch with you in case you need to punch new tapes while you're there?
Yeah, I probably will. And this laptop, because I can punch it with this laptop. But
are you do you want to set up a demonstration of Paul's LGP21 emulator with it?
I thought about that. That might be kind of neat, but it would also be a little weird to have like a really modern laptop with the LGP21 emulator on it sitting next to the real thing. Like, I don't know, it would feel anachronistic or something. But I don't know, we might do that. I'm going to have my laptop there so I could just pull up the webpage.
I would plan on having it ready in case anything dies during the show. You can at least demonstrate what it would look like.
Yeah, that's true as well. I need to do that before I leave for the show. I need to just place an order for like 100 spare diodes, 100 spare transistors, just in case. But I'm fairly certain that any failures that happen at the show will either be FlexoWriter related or disk related, and those are much harder to fix.
Yeah,
I'd say if there is a problem, the odds are probably 70% FlexoWriter.
Yeah, considering that it is still currently the entire problem.
It is so interesting how that thing is not just the I/O device, but it also interacts basically like the system clock and control.
Yeah, It's crazy. Like it's got a full-fledged camshaft with cams that open and close at specific rotational degrees to create the timing signals necessary to prevent the CPU from falling into an inescapable loop. Which is why like people are like, could you just emulate the Flexo writer with like a modern computer? And I'm like, yeah, you could, but talk about an engineering nightmare. Like you would have to essentially have like a Raspberry Pi or an Arduino. I don't even think a Uno has enough IO on it, like maybe a Mega. Like simulating very specific timing intervals, and in the middle of those intervals, supplying a 6-bit value or receiving a 6-bit value. Like it would be a engineering and coding nightmare, not to mention that you would have to then level shift everything from 0 to 5 volts or 0 to 3 volts, whatever the Arduino uses, to 0 to negative 20 volts. So now we've got this whole level shifter problem.
And you're really looking at having to have it for the real hardware. You'd have to have like a real-time operating system to keep track of the time slices accurately, because you're emulating a cam.
Yeah, like it's pretty out of this world, which doesn't surprise me that it's having issues. The thing that's bothering me with it is I can't figure out what's unique about 0 and W. Like, they send a 6-bit value, yes. So does every other key on the keyboard. They all send a 6-bit value too. The start and stop signals that essentially say a value has been sent are the same for all of the keys. And 0 and W, sure, they have the unique 6-bit value, but every one of those 6 bits is either on or off in all of the remaining keys in some form or fashion. So it's not like, oh, 0 sets this 1 bit and that's not used by anything else. That 1 bit is used by plenty of other things. So the only thing I can think of is that the 0 key mechanically is not engaging a camshaft or something. And the same with the W. I think we've got a mechanical issue with the actual like physical actuation of the key that is preventing essentially an IO has finished signal making it back to the CPU. But I have no idea what that would even look like under there. That's what I'm getting into next week, though.
Basically, what the reality of the situation is that the Flexo writer is in and of itself an analog computer that cooperates with the digital computer.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way of thinking about it. Like you have an electromechanical computer and you have a fully digital computer, and they're separate from each other. And they just send like handshaking signals back and forth. And if the CPU doesn't receive the correct handshaking signals, it just sits there and waits forever. Like the reason that it was printing the same letter over and over and over again is because the camshaft was never sending a, stop code back. Oh, I've received it. You can stop sending it. Like that communication was never happening. The CPU was just like, here, print this. I'll wait. Oh, I didn't hear anything? Here, print this. I didn't hear anything? Here, print this. It was just stuck in that loop, waiting for the typewriter to go, hey, I've printed that. And so the CPU can then come out of that loop and move on. And it's quite complex. At Kalar, we do have a full circuit diagram for the Flexo writer. It's on the LGP21 channel, buried at this point. But if you ping me or Bill or Thermal Dragon or Paul, one of us has it, I'm sure. I think Thermal Dragon went through and actually redrew quite a bit of it to make it a little easier to read. So Thermal Dragon, yeah, if you're listening, Thermal Dragon, can you ping @Kalar in that channel with the schematic? Excellent, thank you. Yeah, that's so I've kind of been ignoring the Bendix channel for a week just to give my brain a chance to reset. But starting Monday, it's like roll the sleeves up, let's go. So we'll see. At that point in time, I'll dig into Thermal Dragon's redrawn schematic a lot heavier. I'll also pull as many of the covers as I can off of the Flexo Writer and walk it through some keys by hand and see if I can figure out what mechanically is moving, between, like, say, a 0 and a 9. What's different between the two?
There were some guys in the 80s, I guess, who made 6800 based Flexo Writer printer.
Frieden themselves made a fairly modern Flexo Writer. I don't know how backwards compatible it was. I know that this Flexo Writer is not compatible with any other Flexo Writer. This one is very much so customized for the LGP21.
I'm getting it off of Tom's pages.
Oh yeah.
I guess he got the info from them. It's crazy though. These guys were teenagers and they basically hacked out the code. Tom was trying to do an emulator himself with a pick that I don't think he got very far.
No, I never. Tom had the same realization that we all had, which was like he got 4 steps into it and went, Jesus Christ, this is a full-on like electromechanical computer. Like, this is insane. Yeah.
You have better luck doing a camshaft simulator.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
Are you going to try to capture those flux transitions for track 0 and 1 next week?
Yeah, I'm going to try and do that as well. I don't know what order I'm going to do that in. Probably I'm going to start with the Flexo Writer because I can tear it apart and look at it without having to power anything on. But the next time that I actually power the CPU up and have the disk spinning, I'm going to try and get a flux transition of at least track 0 and 1. I don't think I'll put the scope probe on track 2Q and 2W, but I'm like 99% certain we won't see anything.
Yeah, if that is open on the center tap, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, we might get lucky in that somebody made a suggestion where, like, the center tap might be open, but the coils may not be. At which point I could go from one edge of the coil to the other edge of the coil and maybe get a flux transition that way. So we'll try that. See how it goes.
Yeah, but wouldn't that try to read both tracks simultaneously, so you get muddled flux transitions?
No, it's not that you're reading both tracks simultaneously. It's that one half of that center tap is for write and one half is for read. So what we would be doing is just having a really fat read head. So it's not 2 tracks next to each other. It's 2 tracks overlaid on top of each other. I think, if I understand it right. I may be very wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure you've got, like, track 0, sector 0, track 1, sector 3, track 0, sector 7, track 1, sector 12, and it goes interleaved like that and staggered jumps so that your timing works a little better. I think I might have those numbers totally wrong, and I might be completely wrong on how that goes, but in my brain that's how they've laid it out.
Right. That's because the data is double density compared to the data that was on the LGP 30.
Yeah. So that's how they can have 64 tracks but only 32 heads.
Yeah.
They just have really long tracks with 2 tracks worth of data on one physical track.
Which is why there's multiple clocks, and you have to capture both of them in order to get the data to decode the transitions properly.
Yeah, so I'll just put a probe on one of them, and if we see the flux transitions, then I'll hook a probe up to one of the clock tracks, two of the clock tracks, and then we'll spread it out for a full revolution. I can do the math of how many microseconds that takes, or milliseconds. And then I'll just set the scope to that many milliseconds, take a shot, and then we'll just export it like we did with the LGP21 or with the Lytton.
You could capture 2 or 3, and that way you could compare the results too.
Yeah, that's what we did on the Lytton, if I remember. Yeah. All right, I am throwing in the towel for the night. Thank you guys so much for joining. Hopefully we'll see y'all next week.